36 players return on Monday morning for the 4th round of qualifying. After they're done with that round, we will make a second cut to our top 24 players. They'll return that evening for their first round of 3 rounds of match play competition. At the conclusion of match play, the following day we will make our final cut when our top 5 players will advance to our nationally televised championship round on CBS Sports Network. Bowlers, when your lanes come on, please take 1 practice ball on each lane. Bowling fans, before we start bowling for score, I'd like to take a quick moment to acknowledge our past U.S. Open champions bowling on this squad. On lanes 17 and 18, in 2015 U.S. Open champion Ryan Simonelli. On 19 and 20, the 2013 U.S. Open champion Wes Millott. On 21 and 2, the 2017 U.S. Open champion Rhino Page. And on 37 and 38, the 2018 U.S. Open champion, your defending champion, Don Barrett. Thank you. Bowlers, you have your scoring bars and a full set of pins. You may begin your competition. Bowling fans, have a nice round of applause to kick off our last qualifying round of the evening. Thank you. Good luck, bowlers.
sounds like guys. It's like just incredible if they did that much. I'll add the trade. I like to do that. You know.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, C Squad is on the lanes. C Squad now will take their turn at this 45-foot flat lane condition. Well, they've had a chance to watch a little bowl TV, maybe some flow bowling, and certainly watch in person and decide how they might attack this condition. Jacob Buttroff, Vince Biondo, the third. Nate Garcia. And Curtis Stidd on 25-26. You're on 23 and 24. We begin with Thomas Larson, Jim Price. Anthony Lavery Spar, and Chris Vi. Chris, of course, from Springfield, Ohio. Anthony from Little Elm, Texas. Jim Price from Harrisburg, North Carolina, and Thomas Larson from Denmark. Nate Garcia from Riverview, Florida. Vince Biondo from Carpentersville, Illinois. Curtis Stidd from Monroe, North Carolina. One of our local players who advanced through to or from the PTQ, and Jacob Buttroff, player who has had certainly success the last 2 seasons here at the U.S. Open and unable to come away with the title. Will this be the year for Mr. Buttroff? Emil Williams Jr. will be joined by Daniel Farish momentarily. Aaron Smith, Matt Cannizzaro, Jason Thomas in the building. Big shout out to USBC's Greg Moore and Kirk Von Kruger of the PBA, and our guy Paul, a proprietor here at Victory Lanes. Thank you, everyone who has tuned in. Many of you tuned in a bit early. Well, not early. You weren't early. You were following the schedule, but we did begin an hour and some change a little later. So if you are just joining us, this is Game 1. Game 1 C Squad. If you have watched any at all during the A and B squads, you will know certainly that this pattern is supremely difficult. It has made players extremely frustrated, to say the least, but those who have exhibited a certain amount of patience get a couple breaks. Probably the best ball reactions we saw were probably during the A squad. And Jason Belmonte leading the way. Bill O'Neill not far behind. Steve Jacobs, 900 Global rep, told me, he said there were 768 games bowled today.
Yeah, the math checks out.
There were 8 games of 250 or more, according to my guy Steve, and he said one person had 2 of them.
Wow.
Yeah, that's about what I said. That one guy would be Jason Belmonte. I also think there might be a few more lefties in this squad. We're watching one, Jacob Buttroff, but we know Jacob's plan, his game plan. He's going to use urethane, has already used it, and then already has gone to the bag to get a new one.
So this is the first I'm seeing of this squad. I was predisposed. What have you seen so far?
You know, I watched a little bit of practice, or I shouldn't say practice. I mean, they do get one shot on each lane, but most of the shots I saw were around fourth arrow for the righties. So that doesn't really tell us much, but
yeah,
perhaps more of what we could see, or I should say maybe, I don't want to say a repeat, but some similarities from what we've seen earlier.
I'll bring everybody up to date on some scores after B squad this afternoon. The top 4 spots make that 5 spots in the standings. Still belong to the players from A squad: Belmo, Bill O'Neill, Chris Barnes, Sean Maldonado, and Marshall Kent. Of course, their numbers have not changed. Belmo at 177, Bill O'Neill 171, Barnes 127, Maldonado and Kent tied in 4th at 122 over. Osu Palermo led B squad at plus 89. Joe Palusek is in 7th. He was 2nd on B squad at plus 81. 8th place Dick Allen, who bowled this morning, plus 73. And 9th, 10th, and 11th all go to afternoon squad B squad bowlers. Sean Rash plus 69, Norm Duke in 10th at plus 62, and Ronnie Russell and at plus 59, also tied with Jason Sterner and Pete Weber, who bowled this morning. A 3-way tie for 11th place. And we talked a little bit earlier about it's difficult to predict any kind of cut numbers with the entire field having not bowled, but with 2/3 of the field having bowled, you would look at the standings and take the 2/3 of the cut number. So let's say 36th place is your cashing spot. You look at the top 24, and right now, 24th place is a 201.13 average. Now, I would estimate that number to come up tomorrow and then possibly dip back down on Sunday, but we will see. So that is your an estimated cashing average, 201.13. And then the estimated top 24 cut, that being match play, would be 16th place right now, which is Kenny Ryan, averaging 204.75. Comparatively, last year, the numbers to make a check was 205 and some change, 205 and a half, and then to make the top 24, it was a small 206.17, I believe. Let's see, rather than speculate, I'll give you the numbers. Last year, to make a check, top 36 was a 205.79 average. And to make the top 24, it was a 206.28. Well, Anthony Lavery Spar, that ball crossed about 6th arrow, but I think it got off his hand a little bit late, so that's certainly not where he intended for it to go. Nick Christie off to one heck of a start, just off to our right on lanes 27 to 28. 9-spare, 7-bagger, and now staring at a 9-pin. So looking to sandwich 7 strikes in between 2 9-spares. Great start for him. Unfortunately, no one on our featured pairs is off to anything quite similar, but Nate Garcia and Vince Biondo, both with max scores up there in the 220s and 230s. Also Chris Vai looking at a possible 230 through 8 frames. Good shot for Nate. Looks a lot more comfortable, at least through 9 frames here, than he did during the early on in the PTQ on Wednesday. The first 5 games for Nate were stressful, and you were kind of wondering, because he was outside the top 53 those first 5 games, but put it together, the back 3, and got himself comfortably in the number, and now he's looking for a chance at 226, first game out of his 2019 U.S. Open campaign. Great shot there from Chris Vai. Comes up a little flat, leaves a half 10. Already an eventful first couple of frames for Chris. Strike 6 split converted. Strike split does not convert the split in the 4th. Spare 3-bagger now flat 10. Looks like Tim Foy Jr. over on 31 and 32, about to put together a 10-strike performance. 9-spare, 4-bagger, 6-count split, got 2 on the conversion attempt, and has struck all the way to the field ball. Strike here gives him 252. Talk about coming out the gates firing. Michael Davidson to the left of Foy, 235. Nick Christie, 269. Also on his pair, Packy Hanrahan has the first one in the 10th. This is on 27 and 28, just to our right. Packy's got the first one in the 10th. He can strike in the 11th to get into the 250s. Now Nate Garcia on 26, looking to get the 20s, doesn't like it, and for good reason. Out the window. 214, good start to the block. As we know from earlier, they're only going to get nastier from here. So get as many pins as you can on the fresh and hope you can keep up on the as the pattern starts to deteriorate. Nice little trip 4-pin there for Thomas Larson. 2 early opens. Makes up for it with a couple of doubles. A 3-bagger in the game. Gets to 203. Great shot there from Vince. Puts him in the 220s with decent count in the 9th, or excuse me, in the 11th. If he can strike in the 11th, however, decent count in the field would put him in the 230s. So already seeing some high games here. Game 1 for this C squad. See if Buttriff can connect on the double. It'll be his first double of the game. That ball just did not want to pick up where he needed it to pick up. He's looking at a baby split for a potential 159. For all you Jacob Buttriff fans out there, do not be dismayed. After day 1 last year, he was in 67th place and got all the way up to the lead throughout the rest of the tournament. And for all the haters out there, well, he's still Jacob Buttriff. He can still climb back into the lead with a lot of time left.
I think what Jacob has done, not only at the U.S. Open, but really the last 2 to 3 years, that span. What he's done, I think the expectations whenever we watch him bowl, and I say we as the general, public, if you will, is that he's just supposed to just strike nonstop at any given time. He's supposed to watch him bowl.
Yep.
And I just think that's what first comes to mind. But certainly he is entitled to that type of game, and quite frankly, on this condition, everyone is going to have this type of game, probably once at least once. Unless you can do what Belmo did and keep your low games to 180.
Yeah, if you can do what arguably the best player in the world right now can do, then yeah, you'll be in a good position.
I mean, Bill O'Neill shot 183, 180 his last 2 games.
He did.
But to that point, he went 224, 259, 243, 240, 214, 228. And those type of stat lines have been non-existent. B squad, certainly. And we will see what happens here in C squad. As we move to game number 2. Wes Malott, Ryan Burks, BJ Moore, Jake Rollins. Ladies and gentlemen, not sure if I mentioned this yet, and if I haven't, I apologize, but we are giving away a 50-inch television tonight here
50.
on Bowl TV.
50-inch.
I'm going to say that one more time just in case you may have missed it. We will be giving away, we as in Bowl TV, and our giveaway that we have done each round, giving away a couple of Apple AirPods, but now tonight, this is the main course, if you will. The top prize of a 50-inch television. So you'll want to be tuned in. Not sure which game that will happen, but it will be later in the block. So again, you say, who knew if I subscribed to Bowl TV or decided to check things out with a monthly or annual subscription, which comes with a 14-day free trial, that you'd have the chance to win a TV. So if anyone has room for a 50-inch television, and even if you don't, I bet you could make room.
That's something I think you make room for.
I think you can make room. One other thing you can make room for is rewards. You like rewards, Daniel?
Absolutely love them.
Okay. Well, that's good, because a good way to earn rewards, not even earn them, but get rewards, get some money, get some cash back. How about a couple deals? You can do that because you're a USBC member, and USBC members receive rewards through the Benefit Hub. A variety of offers await you, such as exclusive discounts from many top brands, cashback offers, local deals, and much, much more. Stop on over to bowl.benefithub.com. Again, that is bowl.benefithub.com, where members score more. Again, go check that out. You may be able to get some discounts, local restaurants in your particular area, maybe even some things on the national level. Maybe you need a discount on your cell phone bill. Those kind of things. Check it out. The Benefit Hub.
That's like money in your pocket.
It is. One of the things, hey, people say, and it's a question that comes up all the time, hey, what do I get for my membership? Go check out Member Rewards at the Benefit Hub, and you'll have plenty of options. All right, who we got? What we got on this pair?
In front of us, this game on 23 and 24. You just covered it. Ryan Burks from Hammond, Indiana. William Moore. Also known as BJ Moore from Greensburg, Pennsylvania. Wes Malott, Pflugerville, Texas. And Jake Rollins, Glen Rock, New Jersey. Joining us momentarily on 25 and 26, Jim Pratt, Avondale, Arizona. Michael Martell, Brooklyn, New York. Rhino Page from Orlando. And Alex Cavagnaro from North Massapequa, New York. I'm sorry, but that jersey Ryan Burks has on is just pugly. I'm not even a dad, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's. I'm not sure if they can see it on camera.
Oh, they will next time he bowls on 24. It's quite evident. In fact, he's about to bowl on 24, so take a look.
Jeff, to your question in the chat, absolutely. Indeed, it can get all the way, can make it all the way to the West Coast. That mad range. The cannon has, I would say, Steph Curry type range, meaning it's in range when you step in the building.
Apparently the 9-pin was not aware that the Big Nasty just threw that shot. Well, a rough start to the game for Ryan Burks. 2 missed single pins on that right lane, a 10-pin and a 9-pin. And Burks had a good first game, shot 225. He's just given all 25 of those pins back in 2 frames.
I have seen, and Aaron would know, and I know he's listening. I know I've seen Ryan Burks recently at a major event, and I feel that he bowled well, put himself in a good opportunity, a good position, and I just don't remember what event that was. But he is a former collegiate player, Calumet College. Well, I know it's early, and I don't want to jinx things, but just looking across the way and around us, seeing a few more strikes to begin game 2.
Well, we saw some higher scores in game 1, just around our area that I wasn't expecting. Yeah, just kind of looking around the house. Kevin Williams to our left on the front three. Nate Garcia to our right on the front four. Packy Hanrahan after a 2:47 start on the front four of this game. So yeah, we got some strikes in the house.
Nice shot there from Michael Martell. I think you mentioned earlier, and certainly correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel we had a combo about Michael Martell and one of the lefties who would be playing in, who would have no quarrels making that move, right?
Yeah, he is one of the lefties that when it comes to getting right, and this is only having watched him at one tournament.
Sure.
At the Kentucky Open. But I can already tell that his game would suit him to moving in if he had to. Rhino now moved in. Good shot there in the third.
Yeah, this could be very interesting. Thanks, Aaron Smith. Info on Ryan Burks. It was the Masters that I was referring to.
Get one of them. That's rare, what we just saw B.J. Moore do. We have not seen a lot of that today.
I feel we saw a few 4-9s too, but yeah, things like that you generally broke down in into 4-6 type splits. At some point today, I'm sure we'll see Caroline Frazier. And in game 3, one of the only local players, but U17 Junior Gold Girls Champion. Second youngest player here in this field. As Ryan Burks now with 3 in a row.
Big Nasty trying to get the Shaker 7 out. Just cannot quite get the pins to get over to that corner of the pin deck. Started with a double, stuffed a 9-pin, then 2 8-10'd last time on this lane. Martell all around the pocket from the angle that he's playing. I think he's right. He's right where he needs to be. Just a small adjustment. And his strike total will go up quite a bit. He just appears to be right there on top of it. But not quite there yet. Westmont's games went from good to bad to worse in a hurry. Do have some C block numbers after game one. Nick Christie, 269. Tim Foy Jr., 252. Packy Hanrahan, 247. Michael Davidson, 235. Vince Biondo III, 233. Ryan Burks, 225. BJ Moore also 225. Ryan Simonelli, 223. And rounding out the top 10, Alex Cavaniero at 222 and Tom Hess at 220. After that first game, similar to B squad, 20 players, even or better after game one. Well, the strike train continues for Ryan Burks after the dismal start, missing 2 single pins in the first 3 frames on a 5-bagger. Trying to make up for that ground lost early on this game, and he's certainly doing a good job of it.
I talked to a few reps just prior to this squad starting, and we may possibly have one on actually in a little bit. But the ultimate goal of trying to just keep it simple this block, be patient, and literally do your best to try to hit the 1-3 or the 1-2, and make what you leave, and leave the building hopefully in a decent position.
One player just off to our left who started the first game playing out, Ryan Simonelli. out on the twig, 2-3-4. Shot 220. And this game, he has one first ball count that is over 8. 7 spare, 7 spare, 6 spare, 9 spare. And his first open of the game, 7-1 in the 5th frame. So trying to just completely stay away from the track area, stay away from having to move in. And trying to make the outside, make the gutter work with a ton of hand and a ton of surface. Get the half 10 out, Jim Pratt.
Touch slow there from Ryan. Well, just to our left, strike spare 4-bagger for Jonathan Norman. Over on 21 and 22. Been that kind of game here from Ryan.
It has. Well, I don't think you jinxed us with what you said 6-7 frames ago, because I'm still seeing some strings of strikes around the building. But some of the players I'm seeing string them, when you do the math as to what they have this game and what their cumulative total is, it's coming from players that were 160, 170 the first game. So I'm not seeing a lot of players who went big game 1 continue that string in the game 2. There's a few. Vince Biondo had 230. He has a max score on the board right now, 240 as he steps up in the 9th. Nate Garcia went 210 the first game. He can punch for 230. Both Rhino and Martel crossing right on top of 4th arrow, or a little bit right of 4th arrow for them. And when their bowling ball gets to the back end, it is making a J-hook to the right, which is great for carry percentage, but terrible when the ball decides to pick up a foot sooner or hook an extra inch.
Just opened in the 10th for 211.
Butcher, a couple pairs to our right. 3 opens this game, one of them in the 9th. He can punch the 10th for 194.
Nice post, or excuse me, nice trivia question right now. Who did West Milan defeat in the title match to win the 2013 The U.S. Open.
I know.
I knew I could have.
Funny story about that U.S. Open. That was the week of the Grand Prix Bowling Supply Trade Show in St. Louis that we go to every year. And the Open started on a Monday, so the 24 games of qualifying was done Wednesday night. And I bowled the Wednesday night squad. It was so bad that Dad and I decided, you know what, we're going to leave Columbus Wednesday night and drive straight to St. Louis. So we drove overnight from Columbus to St. Louis. I think we got into St. Louis, 4 in the morning.
That's saying a lot. That is saying a lot.
Oh.
Game 2 of 8, ladies and gentlemen. Final round of qualifying for the day. Watched the A squad, and of course the B squad. You two have watched as well. Now trying to get the beat on what's happening here with C squad. Quality shot again from Martell. 207 for Ryan Burks. 221. BJ Moore, sorry.
For anyone interested, per his Instagram, Jacob Buttriff checked in one resin ball, and it just went down the lane. He's 2 pairs away, but from the angle I just had, it looked like he moved in. And the color of the ball going down the lane wasn't solid purple or solid black. And it wasn't parking lot scuffed like you would typically see a urethane ball. So pretty sure it was a resin ball. Packy Hanrahan, he's one of those guys that's going to go back-to-back big, 247. And he's throwing a strike here, looking to throw a strike in the field here for 259. Ball's off his hand, down the lane to the back ends, in the pins. 8 count, maybe 7. 8, 257. So 247, 257. Packy Hanrahan to start this block.
Well, we haven't seen really anything like that since A squad.
Nope.
And Packy, the two-handed lefty. You see what Rhino's doing. He had to take a step back, come on off the approach, wanted to get his steps right, and bumping into that ball return. Which, of course, you don't say a lot, generally speaking, about lefties, but we are seeing 2 here in front of us, playing right to left.
Stay there, Martell. Just carry that pocket all night long.
All right, we welcome Zach Doty, Adam Zimmerman, Mike Wolf, and the defending champion Don Barrett to 23 and 24.
None of them through the first 2 games are plus. Doty -9, Wolf -4, Zimmerman -33, and Dom -1.
'23 and 24 are into game 3. '25 and 26 finishing up game number 2. First shot in the 10th frame for Page. Even further right for him, and made a ball change, looks like, as well. Trying to match up his move with the right ball, which is not always the easiest thing to do.
We've seen a couple threes today.
Couple threes. a couple of different ways to get 4.
Yeah.
$179 for Rhino.
Better shot from Martel. That ball more on top of 20. Where his previous shots that were misbehaving, he was in around 21, 22. Great shot right there.
Well, Martel can get to 200 even. With one more on the field. Caballero can shoot 206. Make it 196 for Michael. Spare made for Mr. Wolf. We only threw a couple games here, Daniel, this squad, but and you've seen a lot of bowling, but so far, who is anyone that has stood out to you in either squad, really, to this point? And it could be from a scoring perspective, but it certainly could be maybe you know, even you didn't know how good someone threw it until you watched them in person, for example.
Man, it's hard to go to get off when I'm asked that question. It's hard to get away from this guy because I have such a respect for his, not just for him and the person that he is, but for his physical game. That's Bill O'Neill. The ball is just, it's so strong off his hand. And it's every, I know this is cliche, but every shot with him, you know there's 100% effort there. He doesn't take shots off. And while that can be very taxing over the course of a long tournament, his career, he's proven that he can withstand runs like this and tournaments like this, obviously. But I really liked what I saw from him. And you mentioned the look in Belmo's eye earlier, kind of a dangerous look. And, go plus 177, lead the squad, and to be frustrated with the end of your performance, which I totally understand looking at his last game and a half. And I know it's kind of a cop-out that I picked the two tournament leaders right now, but Belmo just had a look in his eye. I agree with you on that. And Bill O'Neill was solid all day.
It's hard to go wrong with either of those. all selections, obviously. As we watch Caroline Thaser, we welcome her to the Bowl TV feature pair along with Anthony Pepe, Kevin Williams, and Sean Lavery Spar. Oscar Palermo bowled pretty well today, and was it the last game? He shot what, 230?
His
Maybe it was game 7.
games 5, 6, and 7, he went 24, 36, 37.
Well, watch him in when we got to the featured pair. And it had been a while since I've seen Oscar up close. And, you know, in a squad that was overall very tough, he managed to do enough to lead. Joey Pants was solid as well.
He was, and that's not a name you would normally think of, but he's been strong the last couple of years in majors.
Up on our USBC social channels, if you hadn't seen us on the Facebook page, I was just going to talk about Norm Duke and what he did today on the B squad. Although he did not lead, he did go 62 over on the day to be in the top 10, 10th prior to this squad starting, prior to C squad beginning. But he was interviewed. You want to miss that. And asked simply, how fun was it? Or how fun is it to bowl on that 45-foot pattern? And you definitely want to check out his response.
We have our first 2 of the day.
Wow.
Bet you $1 he makes it.
I'm not going to take it. He's about to ace this shot.
Is it possible to wrap a 10-pin with no 6-pin?
Probably.
Oh, he almost wrapped it around it. I do like how he shot that, though. He didn't hook at it like it was a strike attempt. He went left to right to force the 1 and the 3 over there.
That's why he's a defending U.S. Open champion.
That's exactly why. Good double right there by Mr. Wolf, keeping it clean through 5. It was -4 coming into this game. Meanwhile, Dom Barrett having a tough go of it.
Certainly what he's been looking to do, much better shot. Told you he opened in the 10th frame of game 2. Yeah, game 2 to shoot .211.
Zach Taylor just a BB at the pocket.
He also say that that's one way to kind of combat some things, to eliminate, if you got good ball speed, you can keep it online, keep it in front of you for the most part, and that might eliminate the need to even think about trying to get your ball right down lane from a left to right perspective. You can keep the angle relatively straight. I mean, you can take a look at what's happening. This is game 3. Man, I feel very similar or close to when we started to see players. Well, we already said that, for some it was game 1. In that 4th arrow now. Not in front of the ball return, but certainly getting close.
They're cheating left to 5th arrow. I mean, they're getting there. Dom's already sliding left gutter. Wolf is on top of 5th arrow. Kevin Williams now moving in around 4th arrow for the two-handed lefty. For about 4 straight months, I saw Kevin Williams' face every day. There was a monitor at the Open Championships that had a promotional video he shot for EBI, doing a rap video, and that was playing at center desk every day. No audio, just video. So I saw his smiling face jumping about.
Well, he also performed at the Junior Gold opening ceremony.
He did, which I unfortunately missed, even though I was in Detroit. However, what I'm not going to let you all miss out on is some scores.
Let's see it.
After game 2. Nick Christie, plus 82. Jesper Svensson, plus 69. B.J. Moore, plus 46. Vince Biondo III, plus 45. Tim Foy Jr., plus 35. Rhino Page, plus 33. Ryan Simonelli, plus 30. Josh Lewis, plus 28. Alex Cavagnaro, plus 26. And Michael Davidson in 10th at plus 20. And I think there may have been a score turned in wrong. And this will get corrected. It always does. But Packy Hanrahan went 247, 257. And they've got him down for a 164. So that always corrects itself. So he would actually be leading the squad at plus 104. But after Davidson I guess would make Michael Davidson 11th. We have 8 more players that are even or better. Nate Garcia at plus 16. David Samard, plus 12. Sean Lavery Spar +8, Thomas Larson +5, Christian Ascona +4, Ryan Burks +4, and David Kroll is even.
Don't forget, folks, at some point today, during this block, we will be giving away a 50-inch television. I'd say in a few games or so.
Wolf after two really good shots in the fourth and fifth. Got one right in the sixth. Took three off the right side, spared it. High flush 4-pin, and then through the face for a 10-pin. John Barrett still looking for his first double of the game. He himself, 4 frames ago, had a shot that he got it just a bit outside. Took 2 out of the rack, took out the 6-9. And the feast or famine lane play for Ryan Simonelli continues. Playing out around 2-3-4. Shot 223 the first game. Followed it up with a 178 the second game. And this game he's went strike, 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 spare, spare. He's off to our right. I have not seen a first ball effort from Ryan yet this game, so we'll have to see if he's still playing. Trying to play out on the twig. Dom converts the 3, 6, 9, 10. Nice shot there. Been an adventure for Dom this game. Now, I've said that more than once today about players, and it is applicable every single time. Let's see if Kevin Williams can get this inside line to work. Crossing 25. If he's going to cross there, he's got to get a little further left. Good shot there by Doty, and the foundation frame gives himself a chance to get into the 220s. Punch out for him would put him at plus 17 after 3.
That is Kyle Troop getting a nice hand, of course. Kyle from, I believe, Taylorsville, North Carolina. Well known in the area. Local CW station actually was out yesterday and got some quite a nice story on Kyle and Caroline. Hey, thanks, Chris, by the way. I'm sure he is offline, but appreciate him, as always, and everyone else who has watched, hopefully learned, appreciated what the best in the world do. How about that shot from Doty, though? And earlier when we watched him, we talked about the ball speed. That one did just get right down lane, but wasn't too much and was able to chop the 10.
Well, that means that he has the right ball in his hand. Because if he did get that ball a little bit right with his speed right now, and it recovered and still hit from that angle, he needs to milk this one for all it's worth. And just use this ball until it screams, "Put me up."
Oh.
Well, that's going to happen from that angle. Doesn't mean you have to like it, but
Sure.
USBC playing rules say you have to take it. So.
what would be a situation as one of the hometown products, College Troop, continues to strike? He's got strike, spare, 5-bagger. What would be a situation when you, if the, what would be a key to say put that ball up? What would you see on the lanes that would tell you to do that?
In this situation, 9 pins don't bother me. But if it started, certainly if you thought you made a good shot off your hand and the ball misbehaved, in this situation, typically a ball misbehaving would be reading early where you didn't expect it to. If that happens, you might be able to give it one move. And then if let's say you don't get the result you're looking for, that's when you put it up. If I had something where I went 4-pin, made an adjustment, flat 10, with this scoring pace, that wouldn't be enough, but typically outside of this arena, 4-pin, adjustment, flat 10 tells me, okay, the ball's not going to carry the high flush hit, and it's not going to carry the half pocket hit. I gotta find something else that's going to give me those 2 hits. In this arena, however, 9 spare is a good frame. So it might be worth keeping in your hand and maybe stretch that out too. Okay, if it goes 3-6 and then an adjustment 2-4, put it up. But anything you can get 9 with, that's a win in my book right now.
I'm working a save. I tell you, 190, you can get to 199.
Anthony Pepe on our right, 25-26 on a 4-bagger. Pepe, a member of the 2019 USBC Open Championships Team All Events champion, Minto Produce. Their 5-some combined all of their all events together to shoot 99.83 at the South Point Bowling Arena, South Point Bowling Plaza, excuse me, back in March. A bit of a move right there for Caroline Thacher. Coming off right around 7-8-9. Clean 194 for Wolf. Would have been 2-0 range if that 3 spare was a 9 spare, let's say. Puts him at -10. Zach Doty +6, leaving this pair Zimmerman -87 after losing 54 pins that game. Finished okay, 4 straight 9 spares and a strike in the fill. It started spare, spare, open, split. And Dom Barrett doesn't quite save it, gets to 188, -13, moving on to game number 4. A quick note from the high end of the house from Devil Aaron, Aaron Smith, Packy Hanrahan at 7:29 for the first 3, playing 4th arrow. Of course, Packy, a two-handed lefty, so taking advantage of what the inside part of the lane has to offer. Certainly working out for him. Better shot by Kevin Williams. Ball didn't quite hold its line. I thought it was far enough left off his hand. And I think he thought the same based on his reaction coming back. Wash out in the 10th. Turns a possible 226 for Caroline Thazier into a 190. She moved right through 2 really good shots in the 8th and 9th and just playing that area of the lane. You miss right and you were going to pay a price. And that is exactly what happened in the 10th frame for Caroline. Got it right, ball washed out. Did not have a chance off her hand. Pepe, an open in the 10th on a makeable spare. 215, minus 18 on the day. Thazier, minus 87. Kevin Williams, minus 123. And Sean Lavery Spar can get to 541 with 3 in the 10th.
Oh, another in the 10th frame, Mr. Farish. Troop's going to be in the 250s. Looks like what? Packy will be on 21 and 22.
That is correct.
Kyle looks very relaxed. I don't know if we've really seen people look relaxed today bowling on this.
You are correct.
And if they did, maybe it was, you know, a game or so. And this could be his game. But the way he's looking, let's see what he shot before. It's a big game for him, too. Not only just because of the score. 201-178. Which we know on this is not bad based on what we have seen. Folks, if you're planning on attending, as Daniel mentioned, USBC Open Championships, that's just one example. How about the Women's Championships? Or maybe even Junior Gold, which will be in Las Vegas in 2020. Be sure to visit mybowlingvacation.com for all of your hotel needs. Again, it's a great way to get some travel on down. Again, the Open Championships, Women's Championships, Junior Gold. We know you're traveling there to either of those places, at least one. Be sure to check out mybowlingvacation.com for all of your hotel needs. What game is this, Daniel?
Game number 4.
Game number 4 is now officially underway here on the Featured Pairs Bowl TV. Milt Williams Jr., Daniel Farish, and now pleased to be joined by Team EBI ball rep for a few minutes of his time. We know he's been busy. Mr. Rob Gatto. Rob, how are you?
Good. How are you guys today?
I'm doing well.
Doing well.
How you doing?
We're hanging in there. You know, it's the U.S. Open. It's a grind for the bowlers. It's a grind for us. It's a grind for you guys. So, yeah, it's a long day today. It's a little slow, but, you know, that's what we're here for.
Indeed, and obviously the pattern has had a little bit to do with that today. What has been one of the keys for you as as a rep to that you have dispersed amongst your team in light of what we've seen on this 45-foot pattern today?
I mean, the first thing is patience. You know, these guys don't bowl at this scoring pace often in today's game. You know, they're averaging 220, 230 at events when they're making cuts and making shows, and you know, 9 spares a good score. And you guys have watched plenty of games today. You see guys starting to shake their head. They get 9 spare 4 times in a row, and you know, they're coming back to us like looking for an answer, and we're like, it's perfect. You know, I mean, you're good enough. You're gonna throw the doubles and the triples, but you know, 9 means you're safe. Especially day one. I think overall this is going to be the lowest scoring of the 3. So, you know, just you don't want to hurt yourself. So if you can be close to even par, better. These guys are so good that they're probably going to bowl 240, 250 one game. And so, yeah, I mean, it's really trying to teach patience. It's fairly straightforward what to do on the lane. B squad, I would say, maybe didn't do themselves many favors. They started a little further left than A squad, touch more surface, which the surface isn't necessarily needed because there's not a lot of oil on the lane. C squad learned their lesson by watching B squad and seeing how it went. And B squad had solid numbers, just nobody big. You know, they had a bunch of guys from 80 over to even, which by what I was saying is perfect. You know, they just didn't have anybody in the hundreds when I think A squad had 5 guys 100 over or better, something like that. So, I think, and that's good that C squad, paid attention. I don't think we really had to preach it much. I mean, they come in and watch the last 3-4 games, and they were rough.
You said that it's pretty straightforward on this, and I think for the right-handers it is start between 15 and 20 and just migrate left. What has been the struggle for the lefties on this?
Yesterday, I think they got teased a little bit. The gutter hooked a little more on this pattern to where they could throw it at it. But again, it was the first pattern put out. Then we put out the other patterns. Multiple strip and oils. We get the lane clean. So the gutter wasn't very good today. If they got it going a little left, it stayed there. And if they got it going up the lane, anytime you bowl in a flatter, dead flat pattern like this, again, like I said, even though there's 27 mils on the lane, it's not a lot of oil when it's 45 feet long and you're spreading it all across evenly. I think from our game plan, talking to a few of the other guys from, the other companies, just kind of seeing what they're doing, they're trying to fade it in there a little bit like the right-handers now. I mean, Kenny Ryan bowled 20 over last set, and it's really, for the lefties, same thing. Don't give away the two-pin, and don't miss left. Like, if you're going to miss, make sure it's in. So keep your shoulders a little square. That way it can go Brooklyn. I mean, you're going to need some breaks. You're just trying to keep it in play. And if you hit the one in front, you have an opportunity to leave makeable spares and also maybe string a few strikes.
In the booth currently with Rob Gottschall, Team EBI, discussing what he has seen and what he has been helping his players sort through here on this 45-footer. I've seen and heard several conversations in regards to topography today. How might that have played a role or is playing a role potentially on some of these pairs?
I think, it's playing a fair. Topography always plays a factor. The topography is actually fairly good for this center. I mean, obviously, I'm sure they redid the panels and stuff prior to the U.S. Open for a 10-year-old surface. When you look at the topography report, it's not near as bad as you see some of the other ones, with some more defined areas. It's pretty good, but, there's some friction. There's definitely some friction in the front of the lane. Certain lanes tend to hook a little more. So, you're paying attention, but, again, with lighter volume on the lane, the traffic is kind of dictating, and that's really what hurt B Squad. There was a few pairs where the entire pair, even though there was no practice, but the entire pair of the first game never threw a ball right of 23. Well, that pretty much means from there on out, nobody can throw a ball right of 23, because if they play 21 and get it going it's never going to push. So it forces everyone to go there, and these spots just develop in the front of the lane with it being an older service that the ball just can't get through. And they obviously had to take to the air a little bit. Not drastically, but I think you'll see a little less lofting on this squad because they did a better job. They stayed around that 18, 19, 20, 21 area. Nobody was really – last squad, we had guys in front of the ball return end of the second game.
Game 3.
Yeah.
So moving past this pattern and getting on to the next two without giving away too many trade secrets for you guys, what are you all expecting from the 41-footer tomorrow and then the 37-footer on Sunday?
Yeah, tomorrow's pattern is very similar to the Cashers round pattern last year, pattern 4. So you're going to be able to play some multiple angles. If you remember back to the show, Prather, Marshall, Dom all played to the right to start. When the righties do have to make a jump, they have to probably go a pinch further left this year just because the track hooks a little more here than it does at North Rock. I think the left is going to be good tomorrow. Obviously Jacob destroyed him in the on pattern 4 last year, but for it being hard today, it's going to even itself out. I think overall the scoring pace of the patterns are going to be fairly fair, but if the left's looking to to take a lick, tomorrow's the day to get it.
Well, that's kind of what I've been talking about when Ian and I discussed the patterns. I said I thought today was going to – it wasn't to the extremes where they were going to get destroyed today and then run away tomorrow. It was closer to the middle. They were going to struggle today and then have a chance to make it up tomorrow. And from talking to some players after the practice session on pattern number 3, I saw a lot of head scratching and guys just confused yesterday.
Pattern 3 hooks, 37 feet. It doesn't really let you play straight. It's going to and last year we bowled on 37 feet flat, and we couldn't play, but generally on flat patterns you can't play straight because you're trying to create hold with angle. That 37-footer yesterday kind of played a little bit the same way. Up the lane, urethane was not that great. It actually overhooked going up the lane, and then, obviously you don't like to circle the lane too much with urethane because it just, if it picks up and gets going forward, it doesn't hook. I'm excited for day 3 because I think the most on our side, scouting pairs will be very, very important. Today it's hard. We're obviously scouting some pairs and letting people know some things, but it's when everybody's kind of in the same part of the lane, it's kind of you're just doing your thing. Certain people like to hit it a little harder. It's telling them, hey, make sure your hand's quiet. People throw it a little slower. Hey, make sure you throw it a little firmer. I think Verity Crawley bowled plus 11 last block, and I think it's one of the best blocks I've ever seen her bowl. She's doesn't loft it. She gets it into the lane fairly quick. She committed to a game plan and some ball choices, and I think it allowed her to be aggressive and bowled a very, very, very solid block for when you're bowling out here with the men. Things are just so magnified, and they're just chewing up the lanes. It was impressive to watch.
Couldn't agree more. And Daniel and I we had I think one of the last 2 games.
Game 7
of Verity, and she worked so hard that game. Was in, and balls just hooking certainly at the last minute at the end of the pattern, and just couldn't quite get it to the right of the head pin. Finally does it, strikes in the A-frame, great shot, and then she's clean. That was the most important part. She's making spares, and obviously, 10th frame, chops at 3-6, and those hurt, but just watching her get to that point, because that could have easily been, you missed 2 spares early, you're looking at 160 at that point. So watching her do what she did was very impressive, I thought, as well.
The biggest thing is when you're leaving makeables, you're close. And the guys are used to higher scoring pace, so they're generally bigger risk takers, and they're more prone to look for strikes. And I think it's been really important today to try to keep them calm. Like, if you're leaving something you can make, you're going to throw doubles, you're going to be there. But if you start looking for strikes, you can blink. We call them, bingo dots, or what, depending on the scoring system, because they usually have circles. And so, then all of a sudden you bring disaster into play. Well, sure, you can throw a 3-bagger, but now all of a sudden you're bringing in 6-2, 7-1. It's scary, And when you're that close, and like her at the end, it was just continue to just do things and leave stuff you can make and get what you can out of it.
Yeah, that kind of goes back to what he and I were talking about a few minutes before you sat down. We're talking about when should a player get out of a bowling ball. And I said, typically speaking, if I'm throwing a ball and I'm striking it, then all of a sudden it goes 4-pin and I make an adjustment and I go flat 10, I'm probably putting that ball up. But in this arena, 9 spares is a good frame.
Yeah. The one thing today that's kind of been the red flag is if you 4-pin and then it buckets, because then you really know it's burning up way too much in the front, but it's also retaining too much when you get through it. We've had players actually ball back up a little bit to really play the front, get it to burn up, and then it just shoots the rest of the way down the lane because it's spent its energy. The front of the lane hooks so much here that if you're trying to play down lane motion, it's going to be very inconsistent because there's low volume, 45 feet. There's only 15 feet between the end of the pattern and the head pin. So if the ball's hooking somewhere before the arrows, and then it's trying to hook again down lane, it's unpredictable. So let's play the hook we know we can play. And it's worked for some.
So if they're balling up and having the ball burn up early to get it to skid the lane, are they sacrificing carry at that point?
You would think, but then you've got so much angle by being as far left as you are that you're able to jam it in there. And if we were using brand new pins, I do think you'd have a little more sacrifice carry. AMF machines, pins tend to fall over a little better. These pins are broke in a little bit. So, yes, I think you are, but at the same time, you're not because you're controlling the pocket. And it's hard for players to do, to play the front of the lane the right way because your eye doesn't necessarily – that's why our job's so crucial is because your eye doesn't allow you to see it. Most players don't even see their ball until it's at the arrows. We got some people that were trying to literally make it stand up when it hits the lane, and that was one thing we did with Verity was take a ball that's going to stand up, but she can throw it harder, and it just pushes the whole way down the lane. Because if you go to too weak and too responsive – now, shinier veneer bowling balls, when that ball hits the friction, it's going to try to change direction. So now if it's doing it in the front and on the back, you don't know where it's going. So that's why you've seen shiny balls, but it's been most of the company's slower covers or what you would normally call a stronger cover. You would normally use an oil, but we've brought the surfaces up so they don't change direction so hard off the friction.
Good stuff here from Rob Gotchel. Rob, can we sneak you through almost to the end of this game? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if Kyle Troop was on your feature pair last game where he was on one of the pairs.
He was next door.
Yeah, he bowled 250 the last game, and he's throwing a big ASIM ball, and it's polished with some compound. He's trying to do the same thing, get it to stand up, and just with his speed, and he's not trying to use a lot of axis rotation. He's just trying to fire it in there.
In this game, he's went 6 spare strike, 6 count split, chopped it or missed it, 8 spare, now 7 count split. That being a 4.57.
And I would tell you, once you get to the right of about 27, they get a little tricky down there. The 2 lanes most of those pairs down there, the 2 lanes play very different. And it's not as consistent to where all the left lanes hook. It's, the right lane really hooks on a couple pairs, and then there's a couple pairs where the left lane really hooks.
Well, and it's interesting you say that because I was talking to Graham Fawn and Matt Sanders after this morning about what they saw, and they got on the topic. I forget who walked by, but somebody made a comment about Bill. And they said, I was watching Bill's ball, and they motioned this area of the house, right, kind of 21 to 26. And said, his ball was just shimming the whole way down the lane. And somebody said, but when he got on that end of the house, on the high end, the ball wouldn't hold.
I would say you've seen more strings of strikes left of lane 24 than you have right of 25 to the right. And I think that's just because lane to lane, they're much different. Obviously I don't know a ton about the bowling center, but the front desk is down there. Generally, you have more play in front of the front desk at any bowling center. So you get some open bowling, what it could be leagues. There's just more traffic. Because, the employees are able to watch. It's down here by their arcade. It's by everything. So generally that's the case.
Just to reset things, David Samar, Michael Davidson. Christian Ascona.
Mitch Hoope, I believe.
Thank you. And Mitch Hoope on 23 and 24. Jesper Svensson, Greg Young Jr., David Kroll, and Tim Foy Jr. on 25 and 26. Emil Williams Jr., Daniel Ferris, Rob Gotchell of Team EBI. Rob, we talked to, specifically Daniel talked to some players on Wednesday, or yesterday, I should say, during, after practice sessions, and just kind of talking about how they go about selecting their 10-ball arsenal for this event. How did you and your team help players with those selections this week?
We try to encourage them to take some notes in the practice because obviously you're collecting a lot of information. Focus a lot on the first 30 minutes of practice because that's the really good information. After that, practice sessions are hard because no spare balls are going down the lane. It's just shot after shot. You got guys trying different stuff, but you kind of get the fresh. But take notes. Generally, when you're in a bowling center, you'll get 2-3 balls that'll roll good on every pattern, whether it's 37 feet or it's 45 feet. The bowling center is going to want to see certain bowling balls. It's just what happens. And so, if they write their 4 or 5 balls down that they like the shapes of, they could play a couple different parts of the lane, generally 3 or 4 of those are going to come together and they're going to stand out. So those are automatically going on the ball card. Then you usually have a spare ball. I would say the majority of the field is probably going to have a urethane ball. The majority of our staff is going to probably have at least one urethane ball. So now we're in that 6 range. And then it's maybe picking a couple, I don't want to say specialty drills, but just specialty balls that are going to be more one pattern specific. Like for tomorrow, gonna have to play the right. It's probably the one pattern where you're gonna be able to throw maybe a bigger ASIM ball. You could probably throw it on the short one a little bit if you throw it hard. But yeah, then everybody's got their favorite balls too. The one we always tell people, if you're confident in the ball, you know what it does. It's almost got to go in your bag, even if it didn't look fantastic. But it's just what it is.
It's comfort.
Yeah. It's like your putter. Somebody's putter in golf. It's what you use all the time. It's got to go.
So if a player has a ball or 2 or 3 that they're really comfortable with in this house on this surface, from pattern to pattern, do you adjust the surface of the ball, or do you kind of find what surface that ball likes and stick with it?
This is where practice day, that's what makes practice day a little tough. Because especially as you go on, if a ball looks really good on pattern 1, it's pretty much somewhat off limits to touch at that point because it's rolling good on this until, maybe we come into the range, they play a little different. But, yeah, I definitely think some balls that rolled good later on tomorrow's pattern are definitely in play right now, but we've had to go change surfaces. I mentioned, like just some of our dull symmetrical balls that we come out with, we've either wet sanded them up with 3,000 or 4,000 to give them a shinier appeal, or we put some compound on some to help it get down, help it use the front but get through the front, not necessarily change direction in the front.
Give me an example without, I don't want you to give anything away, but of a maybe a layout or a ball that would be more pattern specific for, it could be for any player, but just something that might be kind of out of the ordinary, if you will. Not in that 4 to 5, hey, these are my favorites.
Well, I'll give you a little example. Mitch hasn't made some, he's made a few bad shots in a row here. But Mitch Hoope on 23 is using a symmetrical ball, a web, not super strong cover, but it comes dull, so it's got a little teeth, and but it's a 3-inch pin. Mitch kind of has it always in his bag because obviously he can get the ball to pick up and he can get it to change direction. But Mitch is throwing it to try to use the front, control the back of the lane. He probably needs to move a little bit left here just a little bit, but that's the type of ball to where he's still getting some flair out of it, but it's not just changing direction sharply.
And I was gonna say, so if a viewer hears that and they think 3-inch pin, is this something I go out immediately and ask my pro shop operator? Should I go out and get a 3-inch pin? But why would someone want to use a 3-inch pin? And you kind of mentioned it, but for the viewer's perspective,
generally you're wanting to control the back of the lane. You're getting that pin a little closer to the axis. When they're flatter, when they're drier, USBC Open Championships team event. You see a lot of 3-inch pin balls from some of the top teams and players because they want to be able to use the surface to get it to blend out the lane, but they don't want it to change direction. You're just wanting the lane to help the ball hook rather than wanting to create all this massive flare and energy retention and get it to just stand up and change direction.
Two of the best balls I have in my bag right now are 3 3/8 from the Axis. We keep it at about 1,000, 2,000 wet sand, real one and a Tactics, the blue one. And those things allow me to play the lane as straight as I want, but I'm not going to see that J hook on the back end.
Yes, 100%. And you watch it as the block goes on, and when you start to see some shinier balls go down the lane, you start to see that change of direction, and it's very hard to control. What's this pattern? Is it 27 or 28 mils?
This is 27.75.
Yeah, so we'll just call it 28 mils. So if the field is starting pretty much left of 20, and we're using 28 mils, well, that only means 14 of the mils are left of 20. That's very, very light volume for 45 feet for what they're essentially using on the lane. And it's difficult to use those balls that are going to be responsive to friction because it's going to do it differently every time because it's coming off the lane. And it's going down the lane.
One last question I have before I let E wrap up, and this is about one specific player, is we've seen some struggles out of Jacob tonight. What is he facing?
We checked a lot of urethane balls. We kind of had the same game plan of last year. Day one was going to be his toughest pattern. Kind of the game plan was try to get as close to even as we could get. I would say the first 6-7 frames he didn't make the best shots that he was down on the practice pair. He missed 3 or 4 spares in his first 14 frames. Got a little derailed. We switched to resin in the 5th frame of game 2, and it's gotten a little more controlled. I don't know where. Didn't see how he finished the game before. In this game, he's pacing 170. Looks like he's 60 under.
Yeah, so far Jacobs went at it. Well, coming into this game, he was minus 77.
77. Yeah, and it's getting comfortable. He's one of those players I was talking about that he's used to stringing strikes and getting comfortable in that grind mode. It's hard, He threw a triple down here earlier, then left a solid 9, and you see the shoulders drop. And our job, you sit there and you say, it's okay. We got to forget the first 14 frames where, we had some bad shots and missed spares, and you got to go forward. But he's one of the best bowlers in the world, and it's very hard when you have that mentality of striking that much, as he does, to just kind of put yourself in check a little bit and say, hey, I'm going to grind it out today. I look for him to have a good, back 4 and, get some of those pins back. But, if he's in that 50 under range, I think it's okay. I mean, scores are low. You know, cut position's going to be around even after today. He's going to get some pins tomorrow. But yeah, it's mindset and just not getting over anxious. You still fill frames. Fill the frames, get the best score you can out of the day, and you move on to the next day.
One quick question from Jeff in the chat, and it was back to, we were talking about the 3-inch pin conversation. He just wants to make sure that you're referring to pin to pap.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Good question, Jeff. What ball was that for Mitch? I don't know if he saw us.
Yeah, he just switched to a web pearl on the fill. You know, he's going to go to a little cleaner cover. Mitch is probably looking for a little push just because his roll is so heavy and he gets it to read the front a lot. And he's going to go down here to these pairs that, you know, get a little funky. Christian Escona's got a nice little block going. He's, you know, 19 over. And it's just, you got to understand, I mean, see a bunch of them here. Somebody's 34 over, 17 over, 41 over, 19. Those are perfect scores.
Meanwhile, the top of the standings in this block, Packy Hanrahan, who had 729 the front three, is going to be, at best, 160 this game as he shoots a baby split on 22. If he fails to convert this, he'll be at 149. So just like that, your fortunes can change in this house.
Yeah, and they're going to happen. It's the U.S. Open. You know, I watched him bowl his first few games because obviously he's left-handed, and, you know, Jacob's struggling, seeing what Packy's doing a little bit. You know, you get some good breaks, then you're going to get some bad breaks, and, yeah, I mean, looks like he's missed a couple spares and got a couple splits this game. But Packy's a good bowler, you know, went to Wichita. He's got a few pins to play with now, which is always nice.
Yeah, 729 is,
Yeah.
it's a lot. It's a lot today.
And you just, you know, as a ball rep, you tell them after this, bad pair. You know, let's just move on to the next pair, forget about it, and you stick to your game plan. You know, obviously he's going to you'll try something different here on the fill. Hopefully get the shape you're looking for, and then you just move on to the next game. The U.S. Open for us is obviously there's, you know, the ball motion, the understanding the lanes, but a lot of it's just mental coaching. You know, making sure they stay in the moment. You got to forget about the bad and look, you know, forget about the past and look forward. But then when you got the good going, it's carrying that momentum, but not, you know, staying in the moment as well.
Final couple shots here of game 4. Got Rob got to the booth. Appreciate you, Rob. Always dropping some knowledge.
It's always good to talk to you guys, and obviously we'll all be here all week, so whenever you guys need me to come back, just let me know.
I will do that, sir. I'll let you get back to it and check on those you need to check on.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Rob.
That is Rob Gottschall of Team EBI. Appreciate his info and knowledge here in game number 4. And I think, you know, he was able to shed a little light on some of the things that we touched on earlier, but, you know, they can be, you know, there's always that reassurance, that we know what we're talking about. B, and then they present it in a little bit of a different light because you're hearing it, you know, kind of straight from, you know, if it's not a player, then the next best source in that sense is a rep. And I'm not sure what just happened here. What's happened? What's going on here?
Greg shot that single pin, and the ball bounced off the curtain in the back and hit something else and came out over top the sweep.
Oh.
So we've had some very U.S. Open-ish things happen today. We had one ball come off the ball return chute and come down the lane. Now that happens. If you heard a loud boom or saw a ball very high in the air. Matt O'Grady was shooting a Greek church in his fill ball, and it absolutely hung on his thumb and went pretty far up out on top of the lane.
Mitchu Pay, Christian Ascona, Michael Davidson. Davidson Mar move over to 25 and 26, and then from 21 and 22, Nick Christie, who started this block with 269. Matt O'Grady. Brandon Rock and Packy Hanrahan. Amanda, to answer your question, Packy was playing around fourth arrow. Shout out to Omar, my man. Charles, I see you. Hope everyone is well. Roger, you've been in there for a little minute. Those of you who are just joining us, and just as a reminder for those who have continued to watch and listen in somewhere between the final 3 games, we are going to give away a television, a 50-inch TV. So you'll want to stay tuned for that. That is not a joke. We are going to give away a television. Actually, going to do it for the first couple days. There'll be some Apple AirPods. We gave 2 of those away. One in the A squad, 1 B squad, and then a TV tonight. We'll repeat that tomorrow and on Sunday. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game 5. Here's C Squad on Bowl TV. And want to welcome in one new guest. And I know he may be unfamiliar to our Bowl TV viewers, so here's a good opportunity to learn more about him. That is Matt Kuba. Matt, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I know that things have been looking up for you, and having some more success out here on the PBA Tour. So I'll kind of start there before we get into what the pattern was like for you, because that presented challenges for everybody.
Absolutely.
Today. But talk about and kind of introduce yourself to Bowl TV and some of the experiences and the things that you have experienced now, getting closer and closer to being the bowler that you want to be on the PBA Tour.
Yeah, so this is my first year on tour. Beginning of the season's been it's pretty good. The end of towards the World Series, I made a couple cuts, made pretty close to the show. I think my best finish was like 9th. So it's been a big learning experience. These guys are really good out here, and got to be on top of your game at all times. And yeah, especially this week. This week's been crazy.
So you're from Chicago Ridge.
Correct. Yeah, I just recently moved to Tinley Park.
Okay.
So yeah, just got married, bought a house. It's been a pretty busy year.
You're adulting.
Yes. Trying to adult.
You are doing real life things. That's good. I too am from the Chicagoland area. I lived in the city for a while. I now live in Lansing. So we certainly share that in common. So we'll get into today. 45 feet. What did you see? You bowled
A
squad, right?
Yes, morning squad.
So of the two so far, that's been the better of the squads overall. But for you personally, what did you see, and kind of what ultimately were your goals coming out with a 45 foot, as flat of a pattern as it was today?
My goal was mainly to keep it close to the pocket, throw something that's very controllable, like not giving up spares. Main thing, picking up spares, which I didn't do a very good job at today, but mainly missed just multiple pin spares, no single pin misses, but every pin counts out here because it's 24 games, and we've only got through first third of the tournament, so still got a long way to go. Next two patterns look pretty hittable, but definitely a lot of friction today. The mids were hooking a lot. It's definitely hard to find the angle just to fade it to the pocket. Can't really shape it on this.
Where were you playing? I guess I should say first.
First game I started around like 1920, and then pretty much migrated all the way into like 27, 28. Just trying to play close to the pocket. Since 45 feet, there's not much hook on the back part of the lane, so you can't really play big angles.
We just talked to Rob Dodge, of course, of BVI, and we've talked to several other players about the way they went about their 10-ball arsenal, and in some cases dwindling it down to 10. How did you handle that process? How did you get to your 10, and maybe what are some of those balls that you did select as well?
Yeah, so during practice, we obviously bowled on all three practice patterns, and I brought 12 with me this week, and I bowled on all the patterns, and I decided by which balls matched up on which patterns and how many common ones were matched up. So if I had one ball that matched up on all three patterns, then obviously that one's in there, and then I obviously have 3 or 4 balls that are in my bag at all times that are just like confidence balls. And then I ended up drilling 3 balls. I drilled a method, phantom, and a verge for all 3 patterns. Those seemed like the pretty common ball that seemed pretty good. Right now, just can't use a lost surface. Definitely got to be like 4,000 shiny. That seems like the balls that are working right now.
Joined in the booth by Matt Kuba, who is in his first year out on tour. How many U.S. Opens have you bowled?
This is my third one. Yep, I cashed in the one, made the cashers round in 2015 in Las Vegas. So that was nerve-wracking. It was pretty cool.
I
though.
think actually Aaron was telling me a story about that.
Yeah, me and Aaron go way back. Like, I bowled college in Northwest Indiana,
Calumet, right.
and Aaron's from that area, so he's been watching me bowl for a while now.
Yeah, he was telling me he was kind of messing with you a little bit because he knew the number at the time and he just kind of let you sweat it out.
Yeah, he likes to keep me on my toes. Yeah. So yeah, I've done quite a few interviews with him. He's at a team at Nationals like 2 years ago. We finished third in team all events, shot 300, top 10 in team. Like, we had a really good year. So me and him did a really nice interview. So does a great job.
Well, it's always a good thing generally when you're speaking to Aaron, no matter what, but especially if it's work related, because that generally means you did something nice, you did something cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I like talking to him.
So you're on Team Brunswick staff. I know you've been watching Packy.
Yeah, Packy's killing it right now. Got a little trouble. He shot 140 the game before, but he's coming back. We had a ball change. Impressive thing is you don't see too many lefties playing inside 20 too often. There's about 3 or 4 of them here doing that.
Yeah, it's this squad has presented that, and I don't know if it's more of a byproduct of watching other lefties in the earlier squads or more of the styles of the particular lefties who are bowling this squad. Like Packy, for example, Michael Martell has been in. We saw Rhino Page, testing the waters out there as well in game 1. What's been some of the keys for Packy in that early good start for him by watching?
I think his key was to move in and play close to the pocket and try to get as many pins as he can before all the righties got left. They started making them pretty dirty to get it to the left. But it seems like, plus there's like 13 lefties in the squad, so that there's not as much play, but there's still going to be play over there. Especially, I think I saw like 6 people crossing 23 when I walked in game 1. I mean, that's but that's due to the high friction here.
Right.
So that's why you see a lot of shiny air balls. Surfaces at 3,000, 4,000.
From the times you have bowled this event, what's been one thing or 2 things that you've learned that are almost U.S. Open specific? Meaning that you have to do this and this to be successful at this event, because it's generally kind of like no other event that you bowl.
Absolutely. First of all, you got to be in pretty decent shape. This is a long week, a lot of games, and it's very tiring, especially when you're out here for 8 hours at a time, watching other people, getting as much information you can. And shot making. Shot making is so crucial. Leaving makeable spares and picking up your spares means a heck of a lot. That is for sure. Changes your game from a 2-0 game to a 170 game very quickly.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that, especially sometimes when there don't seem to be many opportunities to break down splits. That's one thing we noticed.
Yeah.
There's been splits, but I mean, generally you might break down 1 or 2. That doesn't seem to be the case, at least not today.
Yeah, there's not very much pin action, at least on this pattern, and I think it's just because of the length of the pattern, and I think there's a lot of balls that are starting to burn up a little bit due to the high friction.
In the 6th frame on 23 and 24, as well as 25 and 26, joined in the booth by Matt Kuba, former collegiate player at Calumet College of St. Joseph. As he mentioned, that is in Northwest Indiana. Always a very good squad. What do you miss about college bowl?
Oh man, that atmosphere. There's nothing better than stepping up on the approach, throwing a strike for your teammates, come back, give everyone high fives, everyone's screaming. And there's some wild times on the lanes. Ooh, all right, good shot there, Packy. But yeah, college is definitely nothing you could ever recreate. It's one type of bowling that you'll never see anywhere else. And you meet a lot of good people. Like Michael Davidson bowling on 25, which isn't good shot. But we roomed together. We went to college together. Met Packy in college. Bowled with AJ Johnson, college, Chapman. Bowled with a lot of these young guys that are doing very well out here. Bowled with all of them. So it's been cool to see come back and come do this, and then actually get to talk to all the other players that you didn't get really a chance to talk to in college because you only saw each other, once or twice a month.
What made you decide to want to be a professional?
So my family back at home owns a bowling center. I've been around bowling all my life. I've watched my grandfather, my uncle, my dad, my mom, everyone bowl, and I just naturally had a good talent at it, and I just decided, something that I'm really good at, and I just want to pursue it more. And then one thing left out another. I went to college, did very well in college, and I was like, I'll take a couple years and try it out here, and if it works out, it works out. If not, then at least I said I tried. So it's my goal. Been I think above average of my expectations so far. Like I said, it's only the first year, and there's a lot more to learn. And these guys are still really, really good.
Nice shot.
But the main thing is just learning the different tricks that everyone does. Why people are bowling good on this. Like, what are they doing that I didn't do today?
How would you describe today? I know you mentioned may have missed a few spares, but overall, how would you describe your day?
I thought I threw the ball fairly well today. I thought at times I was a tad too fast. I think that caused a lot of splits happening, which is an easy fix. Which fix it tomorrow. But the main thing was just trying to get the ball not to read early and get it down the lane. I think that was the most difficult part. And you'd think it'd be kind of easy since it's 45 feet, but not on this pattern.
A question in the chats from Jeff, and he asked specifically, what would you say are the balls to own right now in the from Brunswick? You're a member of Team Brunswick for league bowlers, for example.
For league bowlers, I would definitely go with the Prism Hybrid. Prism Hybrid is a very predictable ball, and when you start getting in with it, it still has a very angular motion that you're looking for league bowlers. Another great ball is the Frequency that just came out. That'll be a good ball for league bowlers, and it's pretty cool looking. It's a stylish blue, very dark midnight blue.
I like stylish blue. Get with that. Over to our left, we've got the front eight.
Ooh. Got Thomas Larson.
Yes, it is.
He's making a big run right now.
That's over on 19 and 20. Front eight on 19 and 20. We haven't had a 300 as of yet. I don't think we had a front nine today.
Yeah,
You
I
did
think-
have the front 8 though, I think. Maybe a front 7. I know we had a front 7 earlier today.
I think Brad Miller was close today. I think he had the first 5 or 6 today. I think Jesper had the front 5 today too. Front 5 or front 6.
I tell you, breaks like that,
Yeah, you know, when you make a really good shot and there's one pin standing up there, you're just like, ugh. It's very frustrating, but that's the conditions that the U.S. Open hands to you. You got to deal with it and pick your spare up and go to the next shot. Could be a lot worse. Could be a 10-pin step sitting up there too.
and I think we've seen both of those.
Oh yeah.
As Christie rolls a 7, he started again with 260. In fact, let's take a look at some scores here. If my computer will allow me to do so. I am joined in the booth, by the way, by Matt Kuba. To this point, Matt, what would you say has been kind of a defining moment for you? Obviously, very early in your professional career, but right now, what do you look back on and you say, okay, this is the start of a good foundation for me as a professional?
I would say earlier this year in, I believe it was Indianapolis. I had a very, very good tournament. It's a tournament I finished 9th at. That was a good pushing stone, get me going, get some confidence under my belt. That's what a lot of these guys have out here. They always have confidence in themselves. Go up there to make a good shot, even if they have bad ball reaction. That's what makes good bowlers good. And they succeed on tour from week to week.
It's Thomas Larson with the front 9 on 19 and 20. Currently up in the 9th. If you want to check that out, you can.
Oh,
And a week 10.
yeah. It's another good shot right there, and only got 9.
That happened a lot today, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
Let's take a look at C Squad scores after 4 games. Again, Packy plus 89 after 4. Jesper Svensson in second. These are just C Squad at plus 51. Anthony Lavery-Spar at plus 47. Michael Davidson at plus 41. BJ Moore at plus 36. Brandon Ruck at plus 34. Nate Garcia at plus 29. Christian Ascona plus 19. Jonathan Norman at plus 18. Matt O'Grady at plus 17. Nick Christie at plus 15. Kyle Troop at plus 8. Zach Doty at plus 6. Wes Palat plus 3. Alex Cavanier at plus 2. Rhino Page is even after 4. And that's it. 16 players in this squad, even or plus at this moment after 4 games. This is just day 1. Again, your overall leader, Jason Belmonte, went plus 177 today to take the lead late. Went around Bill O'Neill.
Oh, that's a good shot from Packy right there.
The way it's looking right now for Packy, I mean, obviously goes without saying, he's got a chance to be the day 1 leader.
Yeah, he does. He's got a very good look.
Those of you in the chat, we already had one question, but I mentioned, Matt is in his first year on tour. So if you have a question and to kind of get the perspective of someone who is trying to make their way on tour, please drop a couple questions in while we have a few minutes. I would ask certainly, and obviously your goal would be to win at some point, but give me maybe 3 goals.
3 goals. 1 goal is to cash this weekend.
Okay,
That's 1.
I like that.
And I would like to be above 50% cashing next year. That is my goal. And maybe win another regional. I got my first regional title this year. Searching for another one. Hopefully it happens next year.
Have you kind of decided already on your schedule for next year? A little bit?
Not full yet. There's a ton of bowling coming up in the beginning of the year.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're on the road for 11-ish weeks, 10, 11 weeks. Be a long way. But the good thing is, like, I get to bowl the PTQ for the Tournament of Champions. That was one goal that I accomplished this year. Trying to bowl as many tournaments as you can to be in the race for points. You don't want to give up too many. You're not bowling too many events. If that's your end goal, to be on the priority list for not bowling PTQs.
All right, we do have a couple questions. First one, what advice would you give to someone who is looking to go on tour for the first time? This is from Amanda.
I would make sure that you're very good with knowing your body and making sure you have different tempos. Make sure that you can throw it slow, throw it fast. Your different hand positions, knowing what parts of the lane to play. Definitely knowing how to read a lane graph and where to play. And be an excellent spare shooter. Most of these guys out here do not miss spares very often. That's what keeps them in from week to week.
Rating through the nose in the 10th frame. Spare strike for Maddie can get to 202. David Samar had a grand opportunity, but missed a single pin in the 9th. And now in the 2 teens. Let's see. Next question from Roger Courtney that says, what was the final push that made you say, yes, I can go out there, meaning you can go out on tour and win? You already got a regional title at this point. So what made you say, I can go out and do this?
Well, I bowled the U.S. Open for the first time like 4 or 5 years ago, and I came out with ended up finishing like 23rd, or I'm sorry, like 27th. I just missed the match play round, and that gave me a big confidence booster. And I bowled the Masters a few times and some the World Series before you had to have your card. And I was always pretty close, and I think the only thing that I was missing was just the lack of experience of seeing the lane patterns from week to week and the angles that everyone plays. That from going from bowling in college to coming out here on tour, it's a total different game, and just grasping the learning experience and how to play different angles, when to play different angles, when to ball change, and what is good ball motion, giving you makeable spares, things such as that.
Here's an interesting question from Jeff. It says, what's the ideal set of bowler types that you would want to cross with? The ideal set.
The ideal set.
Yeah, maybe high rep players, strokers, two-handers, etc.
I think the ideal crossing partner would be someone that has almost a similar game to you. You have similar rev rate, so you could kind of see where they're playing, and if something they're doing that is working good for them, then and something's not working for you, then you can kind of see what they're doing and try to do what they're doing, And yeah, if you get somebody that either has lower rev rate or is you may not be able to get as good a read from going from pair to pair than you would if you. Oh, that was a good pickup from Packy. That extra pin.
He'll take it.
But if going from pair to pair, it's crucial watching other bowlers to see where they're playing, so you have a very educated guess on going to the next pair.
One more before we let you go. How do bowlers, I guess, generally support themselves on tour? For example, how do you support yourself when you're out on tour?
Support myself in what way?
And I'm assuming just from the expense perspective.
Expense?
So you got expenses, you travel.
Well, first of all, I have four roommates, so we all travel together to make things cheap. We've been on this new Airbnb kick that we like to get a decent size. Either we're staying in a rather large apartment this week, but we go to the grocery store, we get some food. We try not to eat out too much. I mean, everyone buys dinner one week, and we make it at the house. It makes costs very cheap. Staying there, like it's only $100 to stay for a whole week. That's at a hotel. That's like at least double, you know. And you know, I still have a full-time job at home when I'm not here, so I have that support as well. So, but it's never stopping. Never stop.
Awesome stuff. And then finally, Yvonne Dunnett says, hey, buddy, your pro shop is
What's up,
watching.
Shorty? How you doing?
And so what I'm going to do is give you the opportunity to wave at this camera and say what's up to your pro shop. So I appreciate the time, my man. I look forward to doing this again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
with
fun.
you at some point. I know you got some things to do. Hopefully root on Packy to continue success. So we'll see you tomorrow. What time do you bowl?
I bowled the night squad, so I'll be here during the second shift watching some bowling before I bowl, and then I'm definitely going to sleep in because it's been a long 2 days.
That's a good idea. All right, man. I appreciate it, my man.
All right. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
That is Mac Huber, ladies and gentlemen. You'll see him tomorrow on the lanes at 6 p.m. Eastern time here on Bowl TV. Back with you for more from the U.S. Open.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Anytime you want again, feel free to answer.
I
This is game 6 of 8 here at the U.S. Open C Squad here on Bowl TV. Thank you all for joining us simulcast this week on Flow Bowling. We've talked about giveaways throughout, and well, this is not necessarily the time, but this is about a time we start thinking about when the giveaway can, and we'll get the engines all revved up. But we are giving away a 50-inch television before this block is over. Appreciate all of our viewership. Many of you have subscribed to Bowl TV today. We thank you. If you happen to know someone who has not yet, feel free to let them know. Of course, an annual is $79.95, monthly at $9.95, and an opportunity. By the way, you also get 2 free weeks with either of those subscriptions, so you have full reign to check out the platform, and that, of course, includes live events, archived events, and other content channels. Like the Vault, which gives you a lot of historical telecasts, Team USA, PWBA, some collegiate World Team Challenge telecasts. The Lab is where you would find a lot of cool instructional content. So I talked about the video room earlier with Rod Ross, the coach with Stephen Padilla, inside the pro shop with Locker Lou, or not Locker Lou, excuse me. Lou Marquez, who's a gold coach and runs the pro shop at the ITRC. And then, of course, the Backstage channel, which we have produced a lot of behind-the-scenes type content. You'll get podcasts, the Out of Range podcast with Tony Franklin, Derek Hartnell, Matt McFadden. That's a great crew there. Any on the road, for example, we did an on-the-road piece this week with Don Barrett. So you can check that out. You can also check out a ton of the PWBA backstage content that we did do this season as well. So you get all those. I encourage you to check it out. Let us know what you think. Feedback is always encouraged here on Bowl TV. Many of you talked about this group before I went to take a mini break A.J. Chapman, Ryan Simonelli, Jonathan Norman, Alex Martin here on 23 and 24. We saw our group on 25 and 26 a few games earlier with Wes Malott, Jake Rollins, Ryan Burks, and B.J. Moore. I want to thank Aaron Smith and Daniel Farish for their hard work today in an effort to keep us all somewhat fresh. We sent them home and said, don't come back. Do not return tonight. Leave and do not return. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. So you'll see them and hear from them again tomorrow morning. Of course, we'll be back on the air at 8 a.m. Eastern time, that is. I'm going to check with our maestro and see when we want to do cool stuff and give away a television. We've heard from Rob Gottschall today, and Rob was on, probably about 2 games ago, I guess, at this point. We talked extensively, really, about just trying to get through this pattern, and meaning take what you can get. Jeff, that's I saw your question. Really, right now, the only thing I would want would be if I could see myself in more vault broadcasts. I'm only in one, which means that that wasn't quite good enough. One is not enough. You need like 2 or 3 to get into the vault content. Although I'm there, but I mean, I'd love to have a couple more. Another front 7 to our left. That is, let's see, 19 and 20 yet again. Well, that pair might be, I won't say it's the best in the house, but that's been back-to-back games where someone on the pair has had at least the front 7. Previous game, it was the front 8 before a 10-pin stopped some momentum for Thomas Larson. Now it is Zach Doty. And Doty with the front 7. We'll keep you posted. If you want to go check it out, you can. That channel is available for viewing. We've had every pair, or we have every pair, I should say. We've been with you every single round, and we'll be with you every single round until we know our 5 finalists who will appear on CBS Sports Network The TV finals will be live here from Victory Lanes, October 30th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And Zach Doty with the front 8. Jeff, in regards to the pro shop, though, I'm not sure where you live. Sometimes it's encouraged, but it just depends on where you are. But if it's a reasonable drive, a good pro shop operator is always worth the trip, in my opinion. But I'm a person that is pretty loyal to, my person, as I like to call it. So, if you got yourself a mechanic or your barber or your pro shop operator, whoever that person is, maybe it's even your insurance agent, they've never steered you wrong and they keep your rates low, you're willing to make the drive to that person. St. Paul, I feel like there's some pretty good Minnesota in the Twin Cities area. Ton of good resources in your area, Jeff. There's a question about Jesper. Was he throwing something other than urethane? When Jesper was on our featured pairs, I didn't get to see all of his game, but I did check out his fill, or I should say maybe course of his 10th frame, and he was not throwing urethane, but that was at the end of the game. So I can't speak for the entire game. And now he was down on the high end on 37 and 38, so based on what other lefties are doing, and for example, watching Packy, and I'm not sure if Packy is generally a urethane thrower, for example, but one might imagine that based on that, Jesper may be looking for something a little different on this pattern, at least in its current state. Yeah, Jeff, I think you've got honestly the best of both worlds. I certainly could understand where you're coming from, but with AJ, but you couldn't be in a better area. Scott Pohl is certainly someone who knows what he's talking about as well. World champion, Team USA, former Team USA member. We mentioned Zach Doty, but also on that pair. And by the way, Zach unfortunately missed a single pin in the 9th frame. Adam Zimmerman, collegiate product from Weber International, can throw 3 in the 10 to get to 280. Jason Thomas answering a question in the chat. Appreciate that, JT. Phase 2 for Jesper. A shot at it there from Ryan Burks. We saw him have some success early on 23 and 24. But several players, I'm sure, the majority, can't wait till this one's over. Looking to get off this pattern. They won't have to see it again, at least for the rest of this event. And Simonelli gets a good 9. The head pin's up. Let's see what we got over on the old bonus coverage. We'll take a quick look. Here's Adam Zimmerman over on 19 and 20. Again with 7 in a row. Make it 8. A good shot there from the big nasty. Wes, of course, if you are familiar with anything Bowl TV related, you'll know Wes was a prominent figure in our first season of Earl's Journey to 900. All right, Zimmerman. That one's left. Hey, not many players can say that they've had that opportunity today, Adam, so you just got to go ahead and take it. That's the game 6. Let's take a quick look at where Adam is right now. Adam minus 159 after 5. And we'll get into this 5-game update. So this one essentially could not come at a better time for Mr. Zimmerman. Jonathan Norman here, a tough leave in the 10th frame. This one's no gimme, especially on this pattern. 1, 2, 4, 7. All right, Adam Zimmerman for 280. And what I believe would be the high game of the tournament at this point. Actually, he might already have the high game of the tournament. All right, 279 works. See a little Caroline Thaser, almost. Making the spare now back to Norman. Hard way. Good thing that young Charles Bostic saw what happened, because I did not see the pin make its way on back. Jeff, there was no doubt about it in regards to Wes Malot's handling of Earl. We learned a lot, not only about I think bowling in general, and not necessarily that much about Earl because he's Earl, but I know personally I learned just how good Wes Malott is as a bowler. And I think you all did as well, the viewers, by just kind of listening and understanding why he was doing what he was doing and the moves that he was making. He was saying it, like he would want to see it if he was bowling. And of course, generally speaking, probably producing the same type of scores that he helped Earl produce as well. Zach Doty shoots 257. As Christy mentioned in the chat, Dom, although crossed over, he's going to shoot 221. And 19 and 20 could be the pair. Nice spare from Simonelli, by the way. Certainly not the easiest. It sounds like there was something, the rack swept something away that it shouldn't have. So we get a couple of officials out to figure things out. Hey, Kirk Von Kruger is out. So because of the player before Chapman, Gutter, the shot was on the second cycle. And so when AJ then threw his shot, of course that you saw, and then was swept away quickly. But they got to it, rectified it, dead ball situation. And AJ Chapman. All right. That's why it's always important to get a tournament official. Well, Zach Doty looks pretty lined up. And Daniel and I talked about Zach a little bit earlier. He was on 23 and 24.
That part was easy.
But he has since made a ball change. And it's been a couple games ago, certainly. But what his ball is doing, I don't see a lot of other people's doing. And we talked about 19 and 20 being what right now looks to be a pretty high scoring pair, but it very well also could be, a couple of these players have a good beat on what's happening here on C Squad. All right, now officially we're on to game number 7. All right, who's still rocking with us here as we get down to our final games on Bowl TV? To our right, let's see. Michael Martell shoots .230. Calvin Yarrow, Alex, will be right now at least in the 220s. Jim Pratt tossed 225. I don't think there's any doubt. C Squad made some adjustments. You heard Rob Gotchel say it. They were able to watch what B Squad had to deal with in the final 3 to 4 games of their squad earlier today. And I think C Squad said, I don't want any part of that. We're gonna do whatever we can to make it beneficial for us overall. Don't forget, fans, for all of your up-to-date details on the upcoming PBA Tour season, it's finally a really regular season event on tour, and obviously a lot riding this week. Player of the Year is in the balance, for example, and several other to talk about. Obviously, final major opportunity to win as well, but breaking news, schedules, ticket information, scoring from every event. Please head on over to pba.com to follow the action live. Again, that is pba.com. Follow the action live, also on the PBA network. And shout out to, of course, the PBA and Fox. I mentioned earlier that several players who were bowling this week. Today was, I don't know how many days they have it this week, or today was the only day, but several players went down to the Fox Sports 1 studios here in Charlotte to record some promos for next season. And so if you recall and think back to some of the PBA shows you've watched this season, some of the players that you see kind of the opening of a TV show, or if they go to a break and let's say Kyle Troop is in the next match and they show you a shot of Kyle bowling prior to that that's not on a regular TV show. Those are some of the promo glamour type shots that they go out and shoot. And in this case, the players are able to go down to the studio and shoot those as well today. All right, folks, we're into Game 7, and this is the one. The end of Game 7. End of this game. Everybody get your popcorn ready. We're going to give away a 50-inch television. First time in Bowl TV history. So be on the lookout. Tell your friends. Wake your neighbors up. Even if you win and you wake them up by your happy screams, I should say, that's okay tonight. It's acceptable. Get through it. They'll be okay. You can invite them over to watch Bowl TV on your new 50-inch television. Sean Daniels, Brent Boho, Stephen Earhart, and Kyle Troop on 23 and 24. I want to thank the local media. We mentioned this very early on, but this morning I saw on Fox 46 prior to leaving the hotel. Fox 46 had a little coverage of the event. They stopped by practice session yesterday and spoke with a couple people, but saw Connor Pickford, for example. Talked about Connor originally here from Charlotte. WCCB was out yesterday as well, talking to Kyle Troop and Caroline Thazier. Just checking the chat again. Looks like I lost or missed a few things. Amanda, I missed match score. Jeff, you know it's the U.S. Open. And whether it's the U.S. Open or the U.S. Women's Open, long days, it's a long week, and we do what we got to do. We do what we got to do. As Rob said, hey, the ball reps are here. You know, it's a grind for the players. We're here. Staff's here. It'll be all good. Tomorrow, just got to make sure that I eat breakfast, and I might need to just find Duncan. That might just have to happen in the morning. Shout out to Zach Singer. Buffalo Grove's finest. Looks like they've got a tournament tomorrow. Purdue, good luck. Kids should be sleeping. USBC collegiate events. We've been talking about the schedule and certain events that are being streamed. We are doing every tier 1 on the USBC collegiate schedule. We're also will have I believe 3 at least 3 NCAA events this season as well. So if you want to keep up to date for players like Zach Singer, teams like Purdue, Andy Dirks in the chat, Mount Mercy, for example, and others, you definitely want to check out bowl.com/collegiate. That actually will get you to the full tournament schedule of the year. You can go back and check results. We write a collegiate ticker every week, which is on bowl.com and posted on social media. But all of the results of each tournament are available on bowl.com/collegiate. But more importantly, you'll be able to see the schedule and what we're streaming, where we're streaming it, and of course on Bowl TV. Tier 1s, and we'll get into postseason play with sectionals, then the intercollegiate team and singles championships, and of course a few NCAA events as well. And we'll get into some of their postseason play, respectively. SWAC championship. We got the Prairie View A&M Invitational. And will also be at an event hosted by Maryland Eastern Shore. So lots to take in regards to collegiate bowling. And you can watch it only on Bowl TV. Again, there's a television to be given away. Zach Singer is a smart man. I'm not saying he's doing this, but he ought to be asleep. And his Purdue teammates should be asleep. But there's a chance to win a television, so there's no chance I'm going to sleep. The defending champion. Wow, what a shot. We talked earlier about players who were able to get their bowling balls to kind of float through the heads. A ball change for Dom goes to something that looks to be a touch cleaner and able to help get through the heads and still have enough energy to do its thing. My man, I get it, Zach. It's, I mean, first of all, you earned that opportunity. You're a subscriber of Bowl TV, so that's the first thing. And then secondly, you're 100%. Like I knew. No one's going to sleep if there's a chance to win the 50-inch TV. Yeah. Speaking of 50-inch televisions, this guy will personally deliver your TV. Maybe. As we welcome Matt Cannizzaro for a brief cameo. I don't know the last time I spoke to Matthew on a live stream. I don't even remember the last time that may have happened. It's been a little while.
It's been a minute. You guys have been excelling at the live stream coverage over the last couple PWBA Tour seasons. And I've obviously been doing some other things, contributing in other ways. But I'm glad to be back. It's something that goes back almost a decade now since our very first broadcast in 2010, was it?
Yeah.
How about that?
2010. Yeah, that's this. I keep seeing things that are alerting me that this decade is coming to an end, and so there's a ton of things that kind of did take place in 2010. And look at certainly where we are right now, from the very early moments, the beginnings, the skeletons, if you will, of a live stream setup to now 6 channels at the U.S. Open.
And we have headsets now. That is how far we've come.
That's a great point.
Those were the days, though. And
humble beginnings.
how about that? And glad we have survived and evolved. And this is something I haven't seen this in a while. And again, the evolution of Bowl TV, even over the past year, is pretty phenomenal. Not one setup like the old days, but 6. And wow, that's all I can say about that. And certainly a long day of coverage here from Victory Lanes. A lot happening. Some of the best in the world. We appreciate everybody tuning in. And Howard, I believe, thank you for joining us. I know on the West Coast they're not quite so late, but for all the folks, it's been a day. Certainly a challenge. Just was working on the story for tonight, and just kind of waiting to see how things shake out, and if Packy or anybody else can catch our leader, Jason Belmonte and Bill O'Neill, the roommates, pushing each other all day. But certainly the challenges of the U.S. Open, I'm sure you have talked about that endlessly. This 45-foot pattern. Obviously the players, it's a test of versatility, and some will like some pattern better than the other. And then the goal, of course, is to get all you can on the ones that you like and that favor your style, and don't give away too much on the others, or don't let one frame or one game get you down. And as we saw with Belmonte and O'Neill, some spare shooting miscues today kept them from having 40 or 50 more pins apiece. But those aren't guys who will let that linger for too long. And they'll do what they can to fix it and realize new day, new pattern tomorrow, and go out and build on their success rather than worry about those few frustrations.
All right, Dom gets a break. Just leaving the 10 pin. Speaking of Packy, he is now at plus 120 after 6 games. Zach Doty second. And speaking of just the C squad leaders at plus 86, Thomas Larson third at plus 72. And then a mini dip to Christian Ascona at plus 38, Alex Caballero at plus 36, Anthony Larry Spar at plus 31. So Packy right now, we got a game and a few frames left to go at this point.
So what did Packy have last game then?
He shot.
It looked like he was gonna be at 180 and lose some pins, but I could be wrong. Obviously the standings are scrolling.
He shot 2 something.
But we're in game 7.
I know he did. Now I gotta check his score.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on him just from a media relations standpoint. You know, you want to make sure you talk to the leaders and get the photos and everything you need. He's had a great start. A little bit of a hiccup there in the middle. Backed that up with 227, I believe, and then we're going to wind things down. But we saw early this morning, it was these last 2 games that really provided a bit of a challenge as well, just the transition. And I think at that point, potentially some guys searching And of course, just the way that other folks play ahead of you.
Yeah, well, it's been obviously difficult, but talking to Rob, and sometimes, again, pair to pair, lane to lane, a lot of varying factors. I mean, you look at what Kyle Troop's doing and where he's playing. His laydown point. We've seen that a lot today. We've watched Zach Doty have a lot of success here. And Zach Doty may be making you rewrite some things here, potentially, tonight. Speaking of stories, you've already written a few great ones this week. What is on bowl.com for those who may have missed some of our early coverage here from the U.S. Open, and maybe a sneak peek at what might still be upcoming?
Sure, and thank you for keeping an eye on that, of course. I think at this event this week we have a very well-rounded effort for us, and everybody able to focus on the things that maybe are most comfortable or that they would even excel at. As folks have heard all day, you and Mr. Ferris holding things down here on the headsets. Jason Thomas shooting some great videos. Aaron Smith working behind the scenes to make sure the production is smooth and everything looks good here on Bowl TV. And my role this week is to capture some of those great stories from off the lanes, things you maybe don't see on the scoreboard. Touch base with some of the players, and something that we were able to do for the first time really back at the team trials in January. Again, not all of the stories come from the scoreboards or the leaderboards. And this week, I had a chance to sit down, which ended up being a very entertaining 30-minute conversation with Maria Jose Rodriguez and Nathan Bohr, who recently were married. And I just got to hear a little bit about their wedding and married life so far, and the fact that both of them are competing here at the U.S. Open. So nice to learn a little bit about the players off the lanes. And I'm sure you've talked extensively about Caroline here, the young 17-year-old local standout, junior gold champion. She is famous here at our home center. Photos and congratulations all over. And she is just at the start of a great career. Made Junior Team USA in January, but got to speak with her after she advanced out of the PTQ. She bowled 140 the last game and just sat quietly, but no doubt her heart was racing at that point. And then when she found out she was the number, an eruption of emotion. And Aaron knew that I was kind of waiting. Of course, the whole feature story was going to be based on her making the cut there. And he tried to describe in a text message the scene, the emotion. And so I was able to get out there and talk to her and hear a little bit more about her story. And we had that on Bowl.com yesterday. And then leading into the event, I just got to dig a little deeper with Jacob Butcha and Jason Belmonte as well for a series of feature stories. Again, all the things that you can't see here on Bowl TV or on the scoreboard. So looking forward to some more of that during the week. I sat down with Tommy Jones earlier today to talk Hall of Fame and Team USA retirement and kind of where he is in his career right now. And then caught up with Martin Larson, who nearly had an end to his bowling career, really to his life.
Yeah, that was.
He was hit by a car.
Definitely tough. A
few months back, and just the fact that it wasn't worse was amazing. And he mentioned that, and at that point, you're really not even thinking about bowling when you don't even know if it's life or death. But just the way that he was walking, what he was carrying, the fact that it was his left side that was struck, and it was a very scary thing. And he was able to walk through the emotions there about that night, the recovery process, and just the emotion of stepping back on the approach for the first time. When just a few months ago, you didn't know if you were taking your last breath, let alone bowling for the last time, but he's back. Came off a nice event in Norway, and now he's here. Hoping that the amount of games is doable, and that he was ready, and looking forward to ending 2019 with a couple of big events, and glad to be back at all. But I don't know that the expectations are super high, but if he didn't think he can compete, he would not have flown here from Sweden to take his shot among 144 of the best players in the world. So again, glad he's okay, glad to see him back, and we'll touch a little bit more over the next couple of days on that story, and see, and regardless of how he does in the lanes, just glad to be here competing. So I think the feeling of his place on the leaderboard will be far different than it would have been this time last year, or had that accident not happened. And things are just in a different perspective, and it was neat to hear about that.
Man, I mentioned Zach Doty may be in the running to change some things, and he's in the 260s. He's still got some work to do in regards to getting all the way to the top, but he's certainly making us pay attention. But the very common three-step today. Yeah, that field shot, don't worry about that. He just did all the hard work. 265.
So 151 over. With one game to go, he's going to need 226. Certainly doable the way he's been bowling these last two games. Came rushing out last game when he had the front 8, I believe. Of course, we're always on 300 watts. People love strikes, and there's not going to be a whole lot of runs at perfection, I would think, here during qualifying. You never know. But as the players get comfortable with the facility, and I think, of course, there's the challenge of a new pattern each day. But we haven't had too many players get that far into a game so far today.
Doty has gone, I believe, 250, 260 in the previous two games.
And he's just a youngster as well. A recent junior gold champion, just like Caroline. A lot of young talent. A dozen junior gold champions at this event, ranging all the way back almost 2 decades. But that program, a stepping stone, a breeding ground for young talent. And by the time they get to this level, very familiar with the challenging lane conditions, and of course the importance of spare shooting.
Barry going to be in the 2 teens, can punch for 219. Mike Wolf can strike for 206, and the official history is now underway as the countdown, the warning to alert you that a giveaway is happening, is taking place. Wow. Troop lining up on lane 23, where he's starting his approach. Well, at the very least, of course, the fans who are still in attendance here, and something to watch here. All right, folks, submit your entry. Submit entry. It's all you have to do is click submit entry. Giveaway is underway. You've got a few seconds left to do it. Good luck to all. I feel important. Like, this is serious stuff. AirPods earlier, AirPods rounds 1 and 2, and now a 50-inch TV. Who's going to win?
Are we eligible?
Well, did you click submit entry?
Well, if I know, I'll make sure to do it tomorrow. That's for sure.
No, we're not.
All right.
But if you click submit entry, your name could potentially appear. All right, here we go. Congratulations to Steve Curlis.
Steve. Good job, Steve.
You, my friend, have won a 50-inch television. And, wow. Congratulations again, Steve. And from a giveaway perspective, that will complete the day. We do have one more game of competition to end the day with, but our giveaways certainly. Well, then we will do the same thing tomorrow on Saturday as well as Sunday, meaning we will give away Apple AirPods in rounds 1 and 2, or I should say the first 2 squads. Tomorrow will be B squad first, then C squad, or if you want to go schedule-wise, 8 a.m., 1 p.m., and then we'll give away a television during the 6 p.m. squad, just like now. So, again, congrats again to Steve, and appreciate everyone for hanging on and tuning in and watching Kyle Troop, and right now watching Zach Doty do some cool stuff. In other news, unfortunately, Jacob Buttroff is definitely struggling here. He shot 128 down on the high end on the last pair that is in competition. Jacob at minus 250 for 7 games. And well, Jacob had built a legend, if you will, at the U.S. Open, and now it might be a bit of a different tune to where he's going to have to use some major blocks to overcome here at what could be a very tough start here at the U.S. Open in 2019.
This pattern at 45 feet, of course, the basic rules would have you expect to have to start playing a little bit in. Of course, when you're left-handed, not always the most comfortable situation. And then in this case, with the righties getting as far left as they have, that's certainly going to affect the lefties in some wacky ways. Because no matter where you are, chances are the righties have crossed into some part of your line or laydown point, so it can get a little bit tricky. Even in that case, you saw Kyle Troop, that ball getting down the lane, but still, if you're left-handed, you're crossing that. So a lot of searching for the left-handers here, and kind of scattered across the leaderboard. But new day tomorrow, 41 feet, 37 feet on Sunday. So many opportunities. Go 200 under one day and get it all back the next. Certainly in Jacob's case, we've seen him do some pretty phenomenal and unbelievable things. So, if he can look past the mental struggle of today, certainly tomorrow could be the complete opposite.
Nice finish for Kyle Troop, 205. Daniel shoots 163, Earhart 183. Final shot for Brent Boho. .196 for Brent, and that'll do it for game number 7. One game to go here in day 1 of the U.S. Open 2019 edition. I'll let Matt get back to preparing for the final story of the evening, but be sure to check out bowl.com tonight for your recap. Of course, we'll have it available, an easy way to get there via social media, on the USBC social channels, the Sport of Bowling on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter, and US Bowling Congress on Instagram. A lot of features. You're going to go back and watch them. We'll compile those at some point, so you make sure you read them all, and no one works harder than the guy to my right. Good work out there.
Thank you, sir. You guys as well. It's been a fun day for sure, and a long way to go still. Just day one of this great event, and I know you guys will be back at it bright and early. Again, some great feature stories to tell the rest of the way, and if you need me to come back, again, there might be one or two people on there who remember me from the live stream days. But glad to stop by anytime. Keep up the good work. And I'm going to go keep an eye on Zach Doty, who might have a shakeup on the leaderboard and on the Word document here coming up pretty quick.
Indeed. And having said that, we'll let Matt get away. We've got a very nice interview I did with Dom Barrett. I doubt we'll get through the full 10 minutes, but let's start playing it anyway. Let's see what happens. All right, here's me and Dom from On the Road yesterday here on Bowl TV. Game 8 is coming up next.
Welcome this week, ladies and gentlemen, to Victory Lanes, Mooresville, North Carolina, 2019 U.S. Open. This is On the Road, the Bowl TV Central podcast. My name is Emil Williams Jr., and pleased to be joined by the defending U.S. Open champion, Mr. Dom Barrett. Dom, how are you today?
Great, yeah. Thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely. And Dom, we'll start right there. The defending U.S. Open champion. When you hear that word and thinking back to what happened last year in Wichita, how does it make you feel knowing that you come in here and you're still the champ until someone beats you?
Yeah, I mean, it was a long time ago now, and
right.
I've been lucky enough to win enough tournaments around the world to know that that doesn't really make any difference right now. So this tournament sort of resets for me, and I've had some good successes in this event. Second a few years ago, first last year. So looking forward to trying to continue that momentum I have in this tournament.
Yeah, the step ladder for you was quite interesting, certainly last year with the amount of moves you made per game running the step ladder. What was the difference ultimately? How were you able to make such moves with the confidence to build off that and obviously come away with the win last year?
I think my ball reps and I had a good game plan going into the step ladder. Didn't know how it was going to unfold throughout the matches, but knowing my sort of progressions and having the bowling balls there to progress to. And that was really what it came down to at the end, understanding my lineup, my arsenal, what balls do, what part of the lane I wanted to play. And obviously, depending where everyone else was going to bowl had a big impact on that too. But playing straight, I had a couple of different options, and where the other guys were bowling, they got to come on and practice in between me sitting and waiting for my next opponent. So, when they bowl that sort of 6, 7, 8 shots, that's a whole game really. Right. When you think about it that way. So I'm missing out on a game's transition that I haven't been a part of. So then there's a few guesses in there, and a couple that worked out well, and just about came away with the title.
Yeah, for our Bowl TV viewers, they often talk about kind of understanding your arsenal. You hear a lot of players at your caliber say that, and it was clear you needed to understand your arsenal to be able to make those moves. What type of advice would you give to someone who is developing an arsenal, but to how to understand it? What's the best part about that?
Now, when you're watching us do that on TV, it's a completely different environment, completely different setup. That we have the products here supporting us, we have the ball rep supporting us. It's not a typical move I would ever make in a normal step ladder, I don't think. Sure. But because of the TV lights, because of the transition, because of the environment and the way it's set up, the amount of oil we were bowling on, all of those factors, it was important for me to go into that step ladder having every base covered, and that's really what it was. So obviously at the US Open we have a limited arsenal that we're able to choose from that we have to go and submit. But if I remember correctly, at the step ladder I got to reset that. So I literally I think I put in 3 or 4 different balls in my 10-ball arsenal, allowing me to really have my simple progressions down. It wasn't like I was going anything crazy. Going from a bowling ball that rolled quite heavy to the outside part of the lane, and I moved into a diesel torque, which was still a really heavy rolling bowling ball, just had a bit more motion down lane, and then eventually into a couple of pearl balls, not quite as dull, into the webs, and that's what got me over the line.
Okay. Speaking of the ball limit, we see the line out. Guys are putting their balls in right now. The 10 ball. How did you come up with your 10 ball arsenal after practice? Of course, 3 different patterns and a 4th one, certainly down at the end of the week.
So it's been a long day with that. Definitely, you come in. Obviously, we don't know the patterns before today. They get posted 30 minutes before practice, so it's not like we can even set out a range and go, "This is my base range," and go around it. So that's kind of where you start, kind of where I started. I wanted to, the bowling balls I really like that are different from one another. So I started with maybe a 6-ball arsenal, which is pretty much what I'd done. And I took a couple of other ones out I wasn't sure about if they would look good or not, and then go from there. So going into the first one and the second one, after that I had about 6-7 balls, and I wasn't sure what we were going to get after bowling on 45 feet, 41 feet, kind of guessing it was going to be shorter, but we didn't know what. So there's a couple of options for urethane, which I didn't have in there yet, and also a couple of cleaner balls, which I didn't have in there yet. So, I actually have registered 8 right now. Registered 10, you have to register 10, but I have 2 more on the truck that are being drilled right now, just to fit those gaps perfectly the way I want it to be.
The last pattern was 37 feet. Did you see anything specific that said, hey, I need to drill something particularly for this pattern? Was that one of those gaps that you might need to fill?
Yeah, I had a couple of gaps in there, but you're not going to go and drill a ball after the second pattern. You're going to wait for the third one. So I definitely had a couple of gaps, and then after seeing the third pattern, it kind of affirmed what I needed to go and drill. Spoke to the ball reps a little bit, and there's a couple of cleaner options in there that I've gone out and drilled. I've drilled the Beast from Columbia 300, which is probably the cleanest ball we have, the purple one, and that really is for the end of these blocks, because this surface does hook a lot. There's a lot of oil in the lane, but the surface itself feels pretty soft. So that's going to dictate a lot what happens in sort of games 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, when I'm sure we'll be loft in the gutter and a couple of other patterns.
Sure. Yeah, this event, obviously you've won it, you finished second, so you know what it takes to even get to the show. 56 games, so it's a grueling format. It tests your versatility. You got to be consistent. How do you get through a week? How do you get through a U.S. Open week, just from a physical and mental perspective?
And first off, I have to come in bowling well. I think I've done a good effort of that. I've done that last year too. Make sure going in, there's no sort of kinks in your physical game or anything. And then I think mentally, these sort of events suit me well. I'm quite patient when it comes to ball motion. Quite patient at waiting. Making spares if I don't quite have a good look at that time, and trying not to split too much, and looking around, trying to see what's going on, trying to figure it out. And that's the sort of bowler I am. So this sort of event really suits me, where you have to look around and pay attention and see what's going on. And I've got a C squad, so I get to watch the first 2 patterns, the first 2 squads bowl on the first pattern after practicing on it today. But when it gets down to the last day on the 37 foot, then I'll be bowling first. So, but swings and roundabouts and that, but I feel like I've got a good opportunity to watch and learn a little bit tomorrow, see what the scoring pace is going to be, the same way that those squads will have when I'm bowling first.
How early do you think you come in? What type of, how early are you? You want to come in first squad to watch if you're bowling last, or maybe you watch on Bowl TV first, then you come in? How do you like to do it?
I have an obligation tomorrow with PBA. We have a couple of interviews we're doing in the morning, so that kind of sets my schedule out from 11 o'clock. I have a few friends bowling on B squad, so I think I'll come and watch most of that squad. Cool. Maybe leave early, get some food or something, and come back and then compete. I think 6 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow is what time C squad starts. Okay.
I know you had something on the way or right before you got to Mooresville. I think something with track, and you visited a cool pro shop. Tell us about that. What was that like?
Yeah, Evernight International do some really cool promotions throughout the year, and they reward their customers and their pro shops by just different promotions. And one of the promotions out of, I think it was a drawing out of a hat, a couple of pro shops got me to come over and visit them for the day. So, it was pretty cool to come out and hang out with some really enthusiastic shop owners. And I was just in Denver at, with Sean Lee and his pro shop there. 10 back outfitters bowl, 10 back bowling outfitters. I couldn't say it right the other day either, yesterday. It's been a couple of long days, but 10 back bowling outfitters in Denver with Sean Lee, and it was brilliant. His customers came out, and you kind of see the enthusiasm that everyone has around not just professional bowling, but league bowling and the sport in general. Exactly, and I think it's brilliant. It's nice to come out and see that and just see how serious people take league and take their own bowling, because it is to them too, and I think that's really cool, and it brings enjoyment for me watching everyone else have that same aspect that I go through.
All right, so I'm gonna get you out of here with this one. I know you're a dad. Your son is just over 1 at this point, right? So
yeah.
I'm a new dad, real new, like 10 weeks new. What advice would you give me, and any other new father for that matter? So what do you got for me?
You better look after the mother of your child, for one.
I think that's number one.
Yeah, go and take care of her, because that was a big thing for me. We have a baby didn't sleep much. We just had a baby that didn't sleep, and the main thing for me was to make sure she was taken care of as much as I can, because obviously she takes care of him. So, yeah, and then being on the road's hard. But the first thing that happened when I left, after about 4 weeks, and he wasn't sleeping, I went away. I was in Germany, and I called home and spoke to Cassie, and she said, "How did you sleep last night?" And I slept well. I didn't want to rub it in. I said, "I slept okay." And she said, "Only okay?" I'm like, "No, I'm making the most of it, sweetheart. Yeah, I slept pretty good." But no, I mean, I said, "You're quite lucky." You said your baby's sleeping quite well at the moment. You're getting through the night.
He hasn't slept all the way through the night, but he doesn't wake up often. Like, we get maybe twice, maybe 3 times if something's really wrong. But 2 times, maybe 2 a.m. and then like 6 a.m. because it's kind of time for us to wake up at that point too. So, from what I understand, that's a pretty good scenario to be in right now. Okay.
I think you're doing great. Yeah, I mean, just tired, constantly being tired. Get used to that. But apart from everything, I mean, it's brilliant. Yeah, it's life-changing, and the amount of emotions it's brought out for me that I never knew I had before Colby was born, which I'm sure you felt too. It's amazing, isn't it? Only, I think, having a kid, you can really. I don't like it when people say that. I've always hated that sort of cliche, but you get to really feel a sense of not just responsibility, but this human.
It's different.
That you're responsible for and everything else. Yeah,
as they say, and it was a lot of cliches, and you heard them all, and it's going to be life changing. It's going to be the best thing ever, and you're like, okay, but it is, and it still is, and obviously we got a long way to go. So, if I ask you for more advice throughout the event, don't look at me weird.
All right, you can come buy me a beer for it though.
All right, I got you.
I'm in.
We can do that.
And whilst away from home for a couple of weeks, sit back and relax when we're not competing.
My man. So Dom, I appreciate your time.
Thanks very much.
You can watch Dom all week long on Bowl TV. Coverage begins Friday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. So for Dom Barrett, my name is Emil Williams Jr. and the crew this week. Join us, Mooresville, North Carolina, Victory Lanes, the U.S. Open on Bowl TV.
We've done a lot of interviews, folks, and that was one of the most enjoyable ones I've ever done. And I mean that sincerely. That was my first time really having like an in-depth combo with Dom. And prior to the actual hitting the button on the camera and recording, we said some even funnier stuff. Maybe that'll hit the blooper reel at some point. But I do want to thank Dom for his time and an opportunity to share a few things about what he was looking forward to. Obviously, we talked about bowling balls, getting his process down and the 10 balls to choose, thinking back and what it was like to win the event, especially in the way in which he did it, and making multiple ball changes and moves in the stepladder finals. His appearance with track and the pro shop that he visited in Colorado with Sean Lee and do work. And then, of course, I had to ask him about being a dad. 'Cause that's what I do now. I just ask people about what it's like. Where's your experience? Let me know. Give me some advice, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just so curious about parenting. So appreciate Dom, and I hope you enjoyed that. You can also check that out on Bowl TV, Backstage channel, as well as, of course, the USBC social channels. This is Game 8, final game of the day. Not just of the squad, but of the day. For some players, you can tell it's the final game because it just has that feel like, you know what, this has just not been going well for the previous 7. Let's get the heck up out of here. You got to go home, but you got to get the heck up out of here. That's what they're saying. For players like Zach Doty right now, Zach Doty in a position to challenge for the day one lead. You just saw him shoot 265. He went 257 on 19 and 20 in game 6. For players like Zach and Packy Hanrahan. After 7, Doty now at plus 151. Hanrahan drops to plus 99. He shot Packy at 179 in game 7, so I won't count Packy out, but he'd need a big game to move in front of Jason Belmonte. So Zach Doty, a good opportunity here to make some things happen. Jesper Svensson, David Kroll, Greg Young Jr., and Tim Floyd Jr. on 23 and 24. Michael Holloman, Cole Payne, Josh Lewis, and Tom Hess on 25 and 26. Daniel and I were talking about, I want to say, he was wondering if he'd see any lefties get in and kind of see the loft that you see from righties. And Michael Holloman is providing that. With urethane, no less. Appreciate everyone for, again, continuing to rock with us here tonight throughout the day. As Jeff mentioned earlier, long days, but this is what we do to crown a champion. I tell people all the time, you in this role, specifically with the live stream, and obviously we talk a lot, we try not to talk that much, but there is a certain level of pacing that you must have. But it's a fine line for me because it's important to pace yourself, but it's also important for someone, if someone is hearing you for the first time, you don't know that, and so you don't want to sound like you're not into it, because that may turn off that potential viewer. So I try to still be in tune, but also kind of know when to ride the coaster, if you will, pace it a little bit, but then be able to jump back on and go through the ups and downs with these players. We've got a good eye on Zach Doty. Let's see, 29 and 30. That he is, and we'll be able to even get some bonus coverage of Doty should he be doing something that we just talked about, and that is becoming the day one leader. Doty's day so far, game by game: 166, 225, 215, 200, 223, 257, 265. That is Zach Doty's stat line here through 7. Other players of note in C Squad, again, Packy Hanrahan at plus 99, Thomas Larson at plus 95, Christian Ascona at plus 82. Fourth, Don Barrett, plus 44. Michael Martell, another lefty, plus 31. Rhino Page at plus 30. Need to a lefty. There were, I think someone counted 13 lefties in this squad. We mentioned Packy, Michael Martell, Rhino Page, David Samard at plus 17. Matt O'Grady tied for ninth with BJ Moore at plus 14. Kyle Troop at plus 6. Alex Cavagnaro at plus 1. Michael Davidson even. Jesper, who we were watching, is minus 9. So Doty has 27 pins, really 26. 26 from tying or having a share of the lead. And 27 from claiming the lead outright on day one of the U.S. Open. I mentioned tomorrow we will begin the day with B Squad. And that was what is turning out to be the lowest scoring of the squads today. Osco leading the way in that squad at plus 89. But nothing beats the A squad today. 5 players at plus 100 or better. I feel quietly David Samard has put together a nice block. At plus 17. Non-member bowling this week from Canada. 203, 209, 179, 196, 216, 182, 232. I say that because he's got 5 in a row. We're on 21 and 22. Yes, indeed, Daryl. Yeah, Michael he's got the blueprint for Lefty Loft. That's a good hashtag. Kyle Troop still playing the right lane from the left lane. And what I mean by that is he is lining up on the left lane to make sure he's got enough space to loft over the gutter. Nearing the midnight hour here on Bowl TV. Again, thanks to everyone joining us on Bowl TV and also those who have watched today and are watching on Flow Bowling. We appreciate you. I look forward to having you again, just continuing out this week and being a part of your day, whether it's a small portion of your day. I'll certainly take it. watching Jesper here, and he had made some very tough spares to start. Open in the fourth, just missed the 2-7 in the seventh frame, but Jesper coming off just about a month ago, a little under a month ago, I think a 2-year title drought as he defeated Sean Rask to win the PBA WBT Thailand Open in Bangkok, Thailand. It was his first title since 2017. And if you think about that, Jesper is only 24 years old. To me, he's like the equivalent when you think about how old he is, and you say, wow, he hadn't won a title in a couple of years. Oh, how old was he? Oh, he was 22. Oh. It's like players, like, I watch a lot of basketball, right? So, one and done players who enter the league very early, all of a sudden 4 or 5 years go by, and you go, oh, well, these players just turned 24, and they're already in the league 5 or 6 years. That's kind of what. Kind of look at Jesper in that sense. I mean, he ain't even close to having a full career, and the things he's even able to accomplish, obviously, to this point have been amazing. Now 7 total titles. Zach Doty watch. He is clean through 7 at an 8 count in the 8th frame. Again, 226 will get him a share of the lead. And actually that 8 count won't get him there. At this moment in time, he can only get to 224. So Jason Beaumonte mathematically will be your leader. Let me check Packy. Yep, it's going to be Belmo. Belmo will be your day 1 leader officially, with 3 squads just about in the books here on Bowl TV and Flow Bowling. Good break for Thomas. Seeing a lot of Tom Hess these days. His daughter competes at St. Ambrose. Saw him at the first event in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And if I don't see him, then he's generally watching Bowl TV. So we appreciate Tom. But he was owed one because he just absolutely stuffed a 7-pin. And on the first shot of the 10th frame on what was at least a 4-bagger. It might have been more. 10th frame on 23 and 24, and I got to give it up to a lot of these players today. I know that Lofton is many times certainly necessary. They got to do what you got to do. They got to do what they got to do to score. I know most of these players today will probably sleep pretty good just on the facet of how hard they worked to get the ball down the lane, whether speed, loft, whatever it is, and then of course the mental toll. A good night's sleep is certainly on the docket. So yes, for stretch a rack. Again, B squad on the lanes first tomorrow, followed by C squad. This group you will see tomorrow afternoon, and then A squad will bowl late. We'll see what the 41-foot pattern will bring us tomorrow. The dish on that pattern. Well, I'll tell you in 1 second. Well, I would tell you more about it, but the internet doesn't want to help me. .180 for Svensson. David Cole shot 209. Greg Young 183. All right, again, lane pattern number 2, 41 feet, very high volume though, 29.9 milliliters of oil. Today at 27.45 feet, tomorrow 41 at 29.9. And Tim Foy Jr. shoots 178 to wrap up things on 23 and 24. Everyone done with bowling from 15 through 24. Cole Payne shoots 177. .160 for Joshua Lewis, and it's Tom Hess and Michael Holloman. Fill shots for each. Tom's gonna give it a fire down there. .178. And final shot for Michael Holloman. 175, and that will do it for your day one coverage of the U.S. Open. It has been a treat, but I'm going to leave now. No, I'm just playing. Be sure to check bowl.com and the USBC social channels for a final recap of day one. Jason Belmonte, your leader, at plus 177, and of course not far behind his friend and a roommate, Bill O'Neill. At plus 171. Zach Doty didn't get to the lead. I didn't see his final score, but nonetheless, what a great performance here tonight from Doty. And of course now we'll keep our eyes on Zach and see what he will produce throughout the rest of this event. I want to thank Aaron Smith, our maestro earlier today, Jason Thomas for filling in, JT also for coming up with some great video, doing his thing in that regard. I want to thank Daniel Farish for joining me today. Matt Canizaro, we just talked to him briefly during this squad, and he'll have more for you on bowl.com. So for the entire staff, crew for both USBC, BPAA, and the PBA, and everyone here at Victory Lanes, my name is Emil Williams Jr. We will call it a night. We'll see you bright and early at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, 8 a.m. Eastern Time here for date number 2 of the 2019 U.S. Open. You watched it live. You watched it on Bowl TV simulcast to Flow Bowling. We'll see you in the morning. Good night.